Father Oliver Goss has already given us the prayer for tonight, and so we'll jump in the deep end, and I mean the deep end. This is not going to be an easy meeting for any of us. Be patient and kind to yourselves. So, apologies for non-attendance. If Paul Hanson would kindly read them.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies received from Councillors Rufia Ashraf, Stephen Clark, Cecile Irving-Swift, Jeff Johnson and Charles Morton. And my apologies because I missed Councillor Johnson from the apologies for the last meeting.
Councillor Owens. Yes? He's here. Councillor Owens, you're here, aren't you? I apologise, I didn't see you come in. Declarations of interest from members and officers. Item 2, do we have any? No. All right, item 3, keep going. Minutes of the Council meeting 26th of June 2025. Is it the Council's wish that I sign the minutes of the previous meeting as a true and accurate record? Okay, here we go then. Bumpy ride. Councillors' announcement. Welcome to the autumn term. I hope you all enjoyed a good summer break, and despite the holidays, the learning curve has continued for all parties, whether in opposition or for reform as the majority party. Our officers have worked tirelessly throughout the summer to keep us informed of many important subjects, and we can only govern effectively when we are well informed. Reform, you have attended your annual conference, though we still await your policies and manifestos. The Lib Dem conference was this week. Conservatives and Labour, your conferences have as yet to take place. We look forward to seeing leadership and inspiration on all sides. We have a lot of work to do, and constituents, remember that, to serve. With the county under stress, I urge us all to work here in a spirit of collaboration, transparency, and respect. It's been an exciting summer, especially as West Northampton played a key role in the Women's Rugby World Cup 2025 at Franklin Gardens. We proudly hosted 6 matches as part of this historic tournament, which is the greatest celebration of women's rugby today. The matches brought teams and fans from around the world with family-friendly kick-off times and a festival atmosphere in our community. These events have inspired the next generation of players and showed Northamptonshire as a welcoming and vibrant host for this international sport. Congratulations on the Red Roses getting through the World Cup to the final. But go along to the Market Square on Saturday from midday to 7 p.m. There will be activities, food and drink, and much more. There will be screening of the bronze runners-up match of New Zealand and France, followed by the final of Canada v England. Go girls! As you know, 2025 marks 350 years since flames nipped through our streets and ripped through our streets of Northampton, destroying 700 of 850 buildings in the town centre and claiming 11 lives. James Miller and his team have brought Northamptonshire's Great Fire of 1675 to light and to life with art shows, a carnival, a spectacular light show at All Saints, and a full day of celebrations in the Market Square, including a performance by the Northamptonshire Bark Choir and Fiori Musicali, a premiere screening of Northampton's Film Festival, animated short film, and all about the Great Fire. It was made by members of the community, supported by Click Arts Foundation and WNC. The final event on the 20th of September, we shared in a remarkable service at All Saints. Please, you can see it on YouTube to be encouraged. Celebrating the rebirth and the regrowth of Northamptonshire town. And for those who did attend, it was an extraordinary experience. One of forgiveness and, despite political allegiances, a true collaboration across the community, and they rebuilt in 5 years. It was a wake-up call for them then, and perhaps now we can use that example in 1675 to work together as one and rebuild our county now and going forward. It is the responsibility of all elected members to participate in and support these activities, which are vital for the growth of Northamptonshire. Diary dates, please. The 9th of October, the Chairman's Civic Service. The service will be held at All Saints Church, followed by a reception at Northamptonshire Museum. All elected members should have received invitations by now. Please ensure that you reply. You are most welcome. The 20th of October, as one of my chosen charities, I want to mention the opening of Maggie's Cancer Support. The new centre in Northamptonshire is being built on the grounds of the Northampton General Hospital. Free at the point of access, all councillors, their families are welcome. This centre will provide free coverage, expert psychology, emotional and practical support to people with cancer, as well as those family and those friends. The centre is designed as a welcoming space for anyone affected by cancer, offering support for trained specialists in a calm and supported environment. Finally, on your desks, you all have a poem that was constructed by Quinton Green for the opening ceremony. Please take it home and treasure it. He, Quinton Green, has recently been recognised by the High Sheriff Award for his outstanding contribution to our community. Quinton has also composed this poem, The Balance of Probability. You should have a copy. Let us now settle down to work, important work, with a renewed spirit of collaboration and service to all our constituents. I now, sadly, have to announce that Anna Earnshaw will be leaving West Northamptonshire Council early in November to pursue other interests and to spend more time with her family. As such, this will be her last meeting of full council. Anna has worked in a local government for 37 years across a range of services, roles and challenges in both public and private sector roles. As Deputy Chief Executive and Director of Adult Social Services at Northamptonshire County Council since 2016, Ms. Earnshaw played a vital role in bringing the council back onto a stable financial footing, helping to deliver a balanced budget before it was replaced through a local government recognised programme. As the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Earnshaw has been key in shaping and leading West Northamptonshire Council since its inception. The strong foundation she has created was summarised in November 24. LGA peer group followed up a visit as an organisation where members and officers are noticeably buoyant and energetic about the challenges ahead and how they were lacking or planning to tackle them. I am sure that you will all join me in thanking Anna for her services and wishing her well for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands, please. And now, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, our leaders of each group wish to make a speech. May I ask Councillor Mark Arnold, to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know really where to start. Some 140 odd days ago, we came into office and had the privilege of meeting Anna, not knowing her beforehand, and to get down to business straight away. And I think I speak on behalf of the whole group that we couldn't have wanted a different chief exec to start this journey, guide us through our first 100 days in office, and help start delivering our forward agenda to this point where we're here today sharing this news. But yeah, exemplary, Anna, and I thank you personally for the kindness you've shown me, the assistance you've shown the group in finding their feet in politics and in this place. And we wish you well in your future career or retirement or whatever you see fit to do after the garden. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mark Arnold. Councillor Dan Lister, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Anna's time as our first Chief Executive. Over the years, she has earned our genuine respect from both officers and members through her professionalism, dedication and commitment to serving our communities. With her valuable experience from Northamptonshire County Council, Anna was instrumental in bringing this new authority together and navigating the changes we faced in those early years. Personally, I've appreciated her steady, thoughtful approach and the support she has offered our council. When we were in administration, we worked closely with Anna and valued her clear focus and guidance. Anna's contribution has built a very strong foundation for the future, and on behalf of myself and the Conservative group, I wish her all of the best for the future and hope she gets some more of that time with her family that she wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Keeble.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Anna Earnshaw's story has been very much a story of West Northamptonshire, because she joined Northamptonshire County Council when it was at its lowest ebb and has really seen it through quite a remarkable transformation. She transformed the adult services, but perhaps more importantly, she brought together 3 very different district councils and the county councils together. She provided an integrated organisation, but more importantly, she also set a culture and set values that made people feel they were part of one organisation and that they could commit to serving the community. And the results was obviously much greater stability in the organisation, one where senior leaders were staying for years rather than the previous churn which we had seen, and which I had certainly seen in terms of the impact on services for the community. As a new councillor, as a new member, I would say that she's always been patient in listening. She's always responded quickly. She's always been ferocious in supporting the council and the council staff, and that is really important for a chief executive to do. Her LinkedIn page describes her as a seasoned chief executive. I would add to that, she's been a very dedicated and committed one who has served this community and us as a council very well indeed. So thank you, Anna, from the Labour Group, and we hope you enjoy a very happy retirement. Not retirement, different activity.
Thank you, Councillor Sally Keeble. And Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Liberal Democrats would like to thank Anna also for her service at West Northamptonshire Council. The one thing I will say about Anna is she's been extremely diligent in her duties, especially in the context of navigating the merging of legacy councils to create the unitary council that we have today. a extremely complex activity. What I will say about Anna is she's always available, online and via phone, and always extremely responsive to questions and queries, and this has been greatly valued. And Anna, I hope you don't have to feel like you need to reply on a Sunday afternoon like you do religiously if you get an email on a Sunday, but it is appreciated. That is something I have to say her successor will have an extremely tough act to follow. We know that her executive team have valued her leadership and guidance and speak very highly of her contribution. I'm sure the role of Chief Executive of a council must be sometimes like walking a tightrope on razor wire, blindfolded, whilst carrying barrels of water in either hand. Whatever you do next, I'm sure that's going to serve you well for the future. So Anna, we wish you all the very best wishes for your next chapter. Enjoy.
I thank you, Councillor Jonathan Harris. May we please give Anna a clap? I must also advise members of two more recent or impending departures. Louise Seymour, Assistant Director, Place Shaping, will be retiring from the Council at the end of October. Louise has worked in local government for 38 years, another one, including 8 years with Nottingham Regeneration Limited. Latterly, she has played an important part in generating efforts for West Northamptonshire. The other person who we have lost, and my eyes are filled with tears, is Tracy Tiff. Democratic Service Manager left the council earlier this month to take up a new opportunity closer to home, managing the Democratic Services and election teams at Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council, as well as the election team at North Warwickshire Borough Council through a shared service arrangement. Tracy worked in local government in Northamptonshire for over 20 years and showed great dedication to support members. On behalf of the Council, I will ask for our thanks to Louise Seymour and Tracy Tiff to be recorded. You no longer want to listen to my dreary voice, so I'm now with item 5, going to hand on to the leader's announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who wants to hear my dreary voice. I'm somewhat croaky, but I'll try. Thank you, Councillor McCord. You can come and read for me if you wish. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was considering bringing my group in today with a marching band, but I'll leave that to other political leaders. I have some words for you all, but much a celebration of what's been achieved in the last 100 days. So it's an honour to stand before you all today as leader of the council, reflecting on our first few months in office as we set out our vision for the future. Since our election in May, we've very much hit the ground running. The people of West Northamptonshire gave us a clear mandate for change, and we've embraced that fully with responsibility, with energy, transparency and a commitment to community-first leadership. We began by assembling a cabinet with deep local roots and diverse professional experience, as now come to see in our meetings. Together we've focused on listening to our residents, tackling inherited challenges, going out into the community in our parishes and taking up the mantle and delivering visible improvements. So our administration is built simply on 3 pillars: accountability, responsiveness and practical action. And it's a privilege this afternoon to talk to the chairman of my parish council in Kingsthorpe, in my ward, who was commenting very clearly on notable change in graffiti reduction and a fall in antisocial behaviour, which is great to see. In the first 100 days, we've delivered on promises. We've started the Greyfriars Rejuvenation Scheme. We've signed a landmark development deal. The Abington Street regeneration has started with the demolition of Marks and Spencer's and British Home Stores. We've been to see Dirty Diana ourselves and had our photos taken and met the construction people charged with that step of redevelopment for us. And we've started with our efficiency and value for money savings, already identifying some savings through smarter software licensing and looking at reviews on every pound that we're responsible for. We're facing our challenges head on. We're not blind to those challenges ahead. The council faces nearly a £50 million budget gap next year. Rising demand in adult social care and statutory services that we must deliver puts immense pressure on our finances. But let me be really clear to everybody here today, and our members of the public watching. We will make our mission to be visible and accessible. Our councillors are out in the communities. We're listening to concerns about pothole, litter, public safety. We've removed net zero targets. We're focusing on immediate sustainability priorities that make a difference, that's measurable for our residents. And we're getting feedback on this all the time. That's healthy. Democracy thrives on scrutiny, and we welcome it. But we will always act in line with the promises we made to the electorate. As Councillor McCord actually put it, so promise nothing and go and deliver everything. So looking ahead, our focus now turns to providing a balanced budget for 26-27, delivering the next phase of the regeneration projects, supporting the small businesses and youth enterprise schemes, and trying to do good for the future, and improving public services and innovation and community engagement. West Northamptonshire is a place of ambition. Together we all can build a council that reflects on spirit, dynamic, community-driven, and relentlessly focused on outcomes. We've moved beyond the politics of performance now and into the politics of progress. The residents of West Northamptonshire didn't vote for more of the same on May the 1st this year. They voted for a council that listens, leads and delivers. That's exactly what we're here today to do. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Mark Arnold. Okay, now we move to item 6, public participation. There has been no request to present petitions at this meeting, but there have been 3 requests to address the meeting. The first is from Jean Lineker. I gather she is not attending. Okay, I do apologise. I've in fact now got Dave Pearson has asked to address the Council in relationship to item 7, opposition priority business. Mr. Pearson, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Tonight, we'll be expected to believe that we lack adequate public services, not because of decades of privatisation and underinvestment, but because of immigrants who arrived last week. We'll be told that our women and children are subject to violence from immigrants, even though the vast majority of perpetrators are not immigrants. And we'll hear about an invasion of people coming in small boats, even though they only account for 0.0007% of the population. People are right to feel angry at the state of public services, but their anger is being misdirected. Multimillionaires buy up properties, charge rip-off rent because of immigrants. You can feel powerless if your problems are caused by those more powerful than you. It feels more empowering to blame those less powerful than you. But scapegoating immigrants and treating them ever more cruelly isn't going to fix our problems. To do that, we need leaders who are prepared to do the harder work and propose detailed, visionary change. Like lots of people, the Green Party wants asylum hotels closed. They aren't good for the communities, and they aren't good for the people they house. Asylum seekers are not allowed to work and are only given the most basic of provisions. But there's no point just closing them without a proper plan to replace them. So we want West Northants Council to lobby for more Home Office staff to process the backlog. We want hotel residents to be assessed quickly, and those who do have a legal claim to stay should be helped to start work so they can contribute sooner. We want decent council and private housing provided at speed in order to meet the needs of everyone in the UK. And we need an economic transition that makes it harder for the super wealthy to suck money out of the public purse and our private bank accounts, only to hide it through legal tax avoidance. Now, none of this is simple. None of this is as easy as just shutting the hotels and blaming the sons and daughters of desperately poor families halfway across the world who have paid all they have to give their children a better chance. These hotels are helping nobody but the private companies profiting from Home Office contracts. We need a decent solution, but please, don't tell us that it is the powerless and destitute who are to blame for a failing system built by the rich and powerful. Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Pearson. Beautifully timed. Our next speaker is not attending. Am I right in saying?
Yes, Katie Moores is.
Katie Moore
Is attending.
is attending. Are you here? Please, can I advise you to come up to the podium and speak? Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here today, along with other parents, here in support of Councillor Baker's motion. As a parent of 3 children, aged 18, 11 and 8, over the last decade, I've witnessed how the use of smartphones in and around our schools has become not just common, but expected. Children pressured to communicate through WhatsApp groups, parents led to believe smartphones are essential for secondary schools due to the increasing number of school apps, and some schools still asking students to scan QR codes and timetables. Most worryingly, parents are giving in to peer pressure, not out of choice, but fear. Fear their child may be bullied or excluded for having a basic brick phone. Apps embedded with addictive technology push students to engage, causing distraction on the school journey and during school, creating internal truancy as children disappear into corridors or bathrooms to stay connected, using their smartphones to bypass school security, to connect or even live stream to social media. Children consensually and non-consensually filming in changing rooms and toilets. Once shared, those images and videos cause lasting anxiety and harm. Within our schools, this cannot be framed as a parental choice. Schools enforce all kinds of policies regardless of what parents might prefer. These decisions are based on fairness, standards, but above all, the duty to safeguard not only their pupils, but their staff members too. So why, when it comes to smartphones, devices that facilitate cyberbullying, non-consensual filming, addiction and the sharing of explicit content, are we allowing this grey area? The government's guidance allows schools to ban phones entirely, yet many still adopt a no-see, no-hear policy, which, let's be honest, just means don't get caught. Ask yourself how many of us adults here today could keep a phone in our pocket for 6 hours and never check it. My daughter attended an outstanding secondary school in Northampton, yet she was exposed to content no child should ever see. It was devastating to learn, but to her it seemed pretty normal, just what students did, in a place I trusted her to be safe. I recently requested a freedom of information from this school. In the last 5 years, there has been 1,734 smartphones confiscated, and 72 students received suspensions due to smartphone misuse. And that's only data on the students who get caught. Teachers cannot police every corridor or toilet, nor should they have to. And schools shouldn't be expected to manage high-value devices with no educational value. A tap, a scroll, a swipe. That's not digital literacy. That's convenience.
Ms. Moore, could you please finish?
That's the convenience loaded with distraction and risk. We are not building digital resilience. We are expecting children to make decisions and ignore distractions even adults cannot resist. So I urge you to please support this motion.
I thank you, Ms. Moore. We now have 3 written public questions, and the questions and responses are set out in the document that has been circulated. However, Mrs. Kate Simpson, do you wish to ask a supplementary question? Could you please come to the front? And Mark Arnold, I believe you are to reply to that question. I thank you.
Sorry, I've got to find it because I thought I was speaking on the last one. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So my name's Katie Simpson. I'm chair of Northampton Against the Cuts. So I just want to quote, it was a very long answer that was given to my question. And my question was asking if this council was going to implement cuts and their obligations. The council said and this is the quote I want to kind of pull out from the answer. The council will make prudent assumptions and plan for the different scenarios and levels of funding, and that which may include looking at areas where we might reduce services or service levels, as we must legally set a balanced budget. Such decisions will be a last resort, and as an administration we will fight hard to avoid that, and we will do all we can in the meantime to find alternatives, drive efficiencies and lobby to ensure we do get fair funding. Now, I think it's important to point out that the council has no legal obligation to cut jobs and services. You said you will fight hard to avoid cuts. Would West Northants Council be open to creating a needs-based zero cuts budget that would include a demand on national government to plug any funding gaps or face a mass campaign from Northampton citizens if they refuse? This can be done. It's worth remembering that under Thatcher's government in the 1980s, the Militant Council, the Liverpool Militant Council, were able to succeed in winning £60 million. This is the early 80s under Thatcher. So that proves it can be done. It did need a mass campaign. It needed an awful lot of work. But this is something that can be achieved. I did want to speak on something in Agenda Item 7.
You've got 51 seconds
okay, I'll
to
do it
pose
then.
your question, please.
So the question is, would they be willing to put forward a zero-based budget? But this local council said in Agenda Item 7, local communities must be properly consulted before significant decisions are made and that affect local services, housing and community cohesion. I agree with that. However, I would have hoped that would have included, for example, the community hubs that were closed, and it would have included the services that provided supported housing for vulnerable residents here in Northampton. So I'm interested to see if that motion that they're passing today also includes services that have been unceremoniously shut down or lost.
All right, Mrs. Katie Simpson, thank you for your question. Mark Arnold, are you able to reply? Oh, no. Hold on 1 second, we've got a technical issue.
I think I'm on now. Thank you, Ms Simpson. Thank you for taking the time to come and address us today following the correspondence we gave you. It's a very interesting time here at West Northants Council, and for a new administration entering office. I mentioned earlier in my leader's address there's a £50 million approximate gap in funding. You all have seen articles published by Local Democracy following a democracy service following an interview I gave last weekend where I was questioned on council tax rises to look at the funding that we get from government and the fair funding review that's due for a report later in the year. One of the things that's very, very interesting is how we set council tax and set budgets. We've got to look at some very, very complicated decisions to be taken. Am I opposed to cuts? No, is a straight answer. What I am pro is efficiency savings that deliver services, preferably without making any cuts at all. And looking at this budget at 1 point something million, I'll get you the accurate figure if you request it, it's extremely challenging. What we are able to do is look back on the lines that we've got across all of our portfolios, our place resource and people, and see if we can deliver the same services with the efficiency savings in, but therefore not cutting and seeing a notable difference to the community. So it's of course the administration's priority to deliver best value in all of the services and hopefully improve the quality of them as well. But if you'd like to address me in writing, I'd very happily give you a formal reply. If you want to be specific, I can go to some detail for you. But again, thank you for coming today, and I hope you find that some form of answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. The next question came from Jo Morris. Is she here? Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question? Would you like to place it? And I believe, Councillor Hastie, you are going to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Last time I asked whether West Northants Council would bring community hubs in-house with properly employed staff. You replied that the council no longer directly delivers community centre provision, that you're working closely with Community Spaces Northampton, CSN, and that community and voluntary organisations are best placed to understand local needs. CSN has closed its community arm and now operates on a rental-only basis. The community team was made redundant, and that team is us, me. We immediately continued the hubs as Semelong Community Exchange, unpaid and voluntary, because our service users still needed free hot meals, advice and safe, inclusive spaces. I forgot to say who I am. I'm Jo Morris from Northampton Against Cuts and Save Our Hubs. If community organisations are best placed, why are you only engaging with CSN, who no longer deliver community projects, and not with those actually doing the work, including the former CSN community staff now operating as Semelong Community Exchange? The expertise you need is already here. It didn't disappear when CSN's community arm closed. It carried on unpaid to prevent a cliff edge for residents. The cost is modest, £130 a session. For context, the council will spend 20 million this year on public health alone. It's less than the cost of a single public consultation or event to run our 3 hubs for a year. Every pound goes straight to delivery with no salaries, so interim support will have an immediate impact. My questions are, will you commit to engaging directly with those delivering hubs, including Semelong Community Exchange, and providing interim support so services don't collapse in the 4 weeks we have left of funding?
Thank you, Mrs. Jo Morris. And now I invite Councillor Hastie to reply.
Thank you, Jo, for your questions and comments. It's been a very emotive subject, and I think widely misreported in the press about the activity about the community centres and hubs. The key thing about this is that the leases on the community hubs, basically under CSN, that we have outstanding, are theirs to operate under a business model that they have implemented, and under their business model they have decided to withdraw some services. I am not obviously in control of who they employ, unless, so I can't dictate that to them or for your benefit. I am, however, very keen to support community-led efforts, and we're working very hard with councillors across parties to introduce councillors who are leading the charge to try and reintroduce services based on the community and looking to help them find suitable grants. I'll give you an example of one Miranda Wixon, who introduced me to, would be Woodford Horse, the larder in Woodford Horse, which has 60 volunteers and is self-funded, self-running. Miranda Wixon, for instance, is very key in helping them, and we are also keen to help them find grants to lead community-led services where we simply do not have the resources to implement that across the whole of West Northants. I would be very keen to work and talk to you further, Jo, and to introduce you to some of the councillors that we've got across the council who are very keen to bring back community, which is one of the key founding stones of reform. It's community focused, and basically we believe it should be community directed and led. But I would be delighted to work with you to look at how we can work together. Nobody wants to see these services be denied from people, but there is the element of huge pressure on resources. But with the right energy and passion, I think these can be community-led, can be find grants, and I would, as I say, be delighted to work with you on that. If there's anything further, I would welcome direct questioning, and my door is open to you at any time.
I thank you, Councillor Hastie. And that brings to the close of this section of public questions. And so we move on to item 7, opposition priority business. I'd like to invite Councillor Daniel Lister to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to begin with moving this motion with the clear distinction. This motion is not about the people who come here, nor how they have come here. It is about the suitability of placing large numbers of asylum seekers in hotels in our villages and locations with very limited facilities, poor transport links, and without any meaningful consultation with the local authority or the communities most directly affected. That position is no longer acceptable. This motion is about local accountability, respecting planning law and ensuring proper consultation before changes are imposed from above. Our residents should not wake up one morning to find out their only local hotel is suddenly being used without warning as long-term accommodation for hundreds of people. That undermines both community cohesion and public confidence and places unreasonable pressure on already stretched services. Importantly, this motion is not solely about hotels. This council insists that it must be consulted on any future dispersal or accommodation decisions, including the uses of houses of multiple occupation and any other forms of premises within our area. Recent indications suggest dispersal into non-hotel accommodation, including flats and HMOs, alongside hotel use where pressures persist, which makes meaningful conversation with local authorities essential before any placements are made. This dispersal must not happen without full and timely local engagement, and this council calls for proper consultation and local authority involvement before such decisions are made in our communities. Now, some will ask, why bring this motion forward now? When we were in administration, objections were raised and one proposed use was successfully challenged in Cretan and another hotel in Northampton was closed. While nationally under the previous Conservative government, the number of hotels in use for asylum accommodation did increase, but it was being reduced steadily. And had that trajectory continued, it was expected that hotels would progressively cease to be needed. That progress has stalled because 2025 has seen record small boat crossings and resulting pressures that have driven continued reliance on hotel-based accommodation across the country. There is also a changed legal and practical context that demands pragmatism now. For several years, many councils across England challenged hotel use, including Northants, and they were not successful in securing injunctions or the like, which is why the success in the Conservative-run Epping Forest case, where an interim injunction was granted in August, was notable and potentially precedential for planning enforcement routes. However, following appeals by the hotel operator and the Labour government, the Court of Appeal overturned that interim injunction and granted the Home Secretary party status with a substantive hearing listed for mid-October, which underscores how fluid and contested the legal position remains. In this context, it is imperative that this council continues to collate all necessary information through the planning contravention notices already issued, so that should the court at the substantive hearing grant, reinstate, or otherwise clarify injunctive relief, this authority is ready to act swiftly and decisively within the law. This council has already issued planning contravention notices in relation to 3 hotels in our area, which demonstrates a commitment by the administration to uphold planning law and protect local interests through the proper statutory process. Officers are working diligently, and elected members should make clear that they have the full backing of this chamber to pursue every appropriate legal avenue in the best interests of our residents. The position to government must be clear. Future decisions must involve local authorities. Material change of use for hotels should require planning permission, and sustainable, properly planned alternatives must be found. The purpose of this motion is straightforward. It calls on this council to back its officers' enforcement, to respond in a timely manner once responses to the planning contravention notices are received, and where appropriate, to use all the available enforcement tools and legal instruments vigorously, where such use is deemed in the best interest of this community and residents, exactly as set out in the motion. It calls on national government to clarify the law, to consult with councils properly on any future decisions, and to stop using rural hotels designed for tourism as an easy and unsuitable solution, while developing a properly planned and community-consulted approach to housing asylum seekers that includes clear rules for change of use affected hotels, HMO, or other premises. Finally, this is a measured, constructive but firm motion. It's not about division, it's about upholding the fairness, the rule of law, and the voice of our communities, which is so important, within a legal landscape that is moving quickly and where preparation and lawful process are essential to protecting local interests. I move the motion, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lister. Now I invite Councillor Phil Bignell to second the motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second this motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to let you know, the Council, there have been 3 amendments have been received, copies of which have been circulated to members. The first amendment, I ask Councillor Ian McCord to move the amendment. You have 5 minutes, Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I intend to support the motion later. My gripe is that given the opportunity to do the things requested when they had control of this council, the Conservatives chose not to. It's worth noting the only literature in Deanshanger, my ward, during the May election calling for the asylum hotel to close was mine. There was nothing in the Conservative leaflet. I find it a bit rich. Now in opposition, the Conservatives claim none of this happened on their watch. In the case of the MK Hotel at Deanshanger, this did have asylum seekers from around 2022, then it was emptied in late 2023. This Labour government returned to asylum seeker use in August 24, shortly after taking office. Dan is a bit like an arsonist who sets fire to your house, turns up with a bucket of water, and now wants credit for helping put the fire out. No. I wrote to WNC under the previous administration to ask what defines an hotel. I wanted to know if an hotel has become the permanent residence of asylum seekers, has its planning use changed? I pointed out the Hotel Proprietors Act, and it gives this definition, and I quote, "In this act, the expression hotel means an establishment held out by the proprietor as offering food, drink, and if so required, sleeping accommodation, without special contract to any traveller presenting himself who appears able and willing to pay a reasonable sum for the services and facilities provided and is in a fit state to be received." I contend that where the Home Office buys every room for months in advance, that is a special contract. Did it breach that legal definition of an hotel? Alas, I was in the hands of our high-performing planning department who sent my request to legal, and for them that's where ideas go to die. But I will be fair. In relation to the MK Hotel at Deanshanger, the council did try to go down the route of advising the owners that this was operating as a house of multiple occupation and not an hotel. In April 22, they issued a notice under Section 255 of the Housing Act, and WNC contended that residents were occupying the building under Section 95 of the Immigration and Asylum Act. The owners were successful at a tribunal, and they argued that they weren't living under Section 95 but under Section 98 of the Asylum Act, and the difference being that Section 95 counts towards the assessment of HMO status, Section 98 does not. And if anybody wants the detail, just ask. So what did the Conservatives do under their stewardship of this council? Did they instruct barristers and appeal? Did they say we will take this through every court possible and try and set new case law? Did they seek injunctions or issue stop notices? No, no, no. They shrugged their shoulders and said nothing more can be done and paid the £300 costs awarded against them for the tribunal. So why does the opposition now want this administration to do what they would not do? I call that hypocrisy. And some, like the former leader and Prime Minister Boris Johnson, may call it spinelessness. When something needed to be done, when action needed to be taken, when leadership was necessary, alas, nothing was done. It would appear, though, that Boris Johnson has summed it up much better than I can, and I'll quote him. When action was required, they turned out to be great supine protoplasmic invertebrate jellies. Madam Chairman, I move my amendment.
Thank you. I look to Councillor Ivan Dabbs to second the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor. I second the amendment.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I second the amendment.
Thank you. Chairman, Councillor Lister, do you accept the amendment?
No, Madam Chairman, we do not.
As you do not accept the amendment must be voted on. Just as a reminder, amendments are not subject to debate. The mover of the motion and the mover of the amendment make a right of reply instead. Therefore, I leave Councillor Daniel Lister to reply to that amendment. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've already outlined what this Conservative administration did. We already worked to secure the closure on the non-use of Cretan. We worked to secure the closure of Weststone Manor. The Floor Hotel was used as asylum hotel, but that was used under the Arab scheme to house the Afghans, which I was personally involved with as well. We had a long and well-publicised stance on this, declaring that the levels of use were not acceptable when it was the Conservative government, not under just the Labour government, under the Conservative government. And even recently, Stuart Andrew, our MP, wrote to the Home Secretary saying, when Floor had been reopened, saying that without prior communication or consultation, as the same with the Deansang Hotel, which we had no prior consultation or communication about, we objected to that and we have carried on doing that. To say we haven't done any of these things is not quite true, Madam Chairman. I won't prolong the debate any further. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Daniel Lister. Councillor Ian McCord, would you reply, please? 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I won't need 2 minutes. I'm not going to live in some sort of revisionist land. I just suggest that we move to vote. Thank you.
Okay, under that decision, I would ask to vote, and once the vote has been taken, I will say declare the amendment carried or lost. Ladies and gentlemen, councillors, could you please vote? The vote has carried. Okay, that was the end of amendment number 1. The Constitution provides that a councillor may alter a motion or amendment of which they have given notice, and may also, with the consent of the seconder, and after a motion or amendment which they have moved. In both cases, the consent of the meeting is required. This is just for my information, apparently. Dear God, you should see what goes on here. It's like scrambled egg. If an amendment 1, okay, so now we go straight to Sally Keebler, Councillor Sally Keebler, to move the second amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In moving this amendment for the Labour group, I would like to start by saying it is completely disingenuous in the present situation when you see demonstrations, sometimes very violent demonstrations, against asylum hotels, to pretend that you can have a discussion about hotels without that impacting on the people who live in those hotels. And I'm sure that it must be terrifying for them to have the riots taking place outside the hotels. And the knowledge that there is consistent opposition to them will impact their sense of safety. I have no doubt at all about that. The opposition priority motion comes from a party which was entirely responsible for the collapse of our immigration and asylum system when it was in government, which set up the asylum hotels and presided over record growth in backlogs and asylum claims when they failed to process the claims. It also aligns in with a party which nationally, at least, is hoping its position on asylum and immigration will propel it to power. I think this is breathtakingly cynical. In our amendment, we have set out what's happening and remains to be done about asylum hotels, accommodation that everyone knows is not appropriate or suitable and which the government is committed to phasing out entirely. The Labour government has introduced major reforms of the asylum system, has already delivered a 30% reduction in the backlog of asylum claims, continuing reductions in the use of the hotels while people have their asylum claims processed, and increased removals of those whose claims fail. That's how you solve the mess which the Conservatives created, not through gimmicks. Of course, as we can all agree, councils should be consulted about proposals that affect their communities and their areas, and of course it's always relevant to inform central government of local views. And of course it's right to enforce planning law. Who could argue with that? However, Since the Conservatives first tabled this motion and we formulated our amendment, the context has changed. The debate has moved on, and now Reform has said it intends to scrap indefinite leave to remain, and if people with ILA can't meet the new criteria, to deport people who are legally settled here, along with the asylum seekers. That stokes the divisions and fears that have already been fuelled by the protests and debate around asylum hotels, and highlights the importance of the last two clauses in our amendment, and I'll come to those. And I say to the Leader of the Opposition, you need to make very clear in your response to this debate that you are not aligned with those proposals on indefinite leave to remain, and I would hope colleagues in Reform would also make clear their position to these proposals that will affect many of their constituents, because there are many, probably many thousands of people in Northampton for whom threats to ILR means a threat to their homes, their businesses and their families. Now, there are things in the Conservative motion and indeed in the Liberal Democrat motion that will be moved later that are not in the gift of this Council. But it is in this Council's gift. It is entirely down to this Council, and this Council alone, to provide the lead in ensuring that our community here in West Northamptonshire continues to welcome the contribution that incomers, wherever they come from, incomers make to our community and society. And this group, this Labour group through our amendment, pays tribute to those people who have worked to build relations between host communities and people in the asylum hotels. People in the asylum hotels. We have the choice of what kind of society we create here. And my group and my party believes in a society with fair rules, yes, of course, rules, fair rules, justly and efficiently administered, one that enables everyone to contribute the very best that is in them to the benefit of all of us. I move this amendment.
I thank you, Councillor Sally Keeble. Councillor Bob Purser, you will second the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to second this amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Lister, do you accept this amendment?
No, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Lister does not accept the amendment, and the amendment must be voted on. Please, now vote.
So, hang on. Councillor Lister to reply.
Oh, my apologies. Apparently, Councillor Dan Lister, you have the right of reply to the amendment.
I'll waive my right to reply. Thank you,
You'll
Madam
waive
Chairman.
it. And Sally Keeble, Councillor Sally Keeble.
I would just say briefly that I hope that what colleagues will think about is that there's a lot of administrative work which is taking place, and quite rightly so, and that we recognise in our amendment. But there are other matters. It's about the kind of society we create, and the Leader of the Council knows I've very often pressed him on this, and it's about the tone of what we do. And I believe we must have an inclusive society, and that is about making sure that we deal with this as an administrative issue, and it is not, and we are absolutely clear about the limits of it, and we make sure that there is no impact on the people who live in those hotels. They're people, they're not asylums, they're people like us, and they deserve to be treated with respect.
Okay. Could I please have a vote for, against and abstentions? After the vote has been taken, I will declare the amendment carried or lost. Please vote, ladies and gentlemen. The vote has been lost. And so we moved on to the third amendment. May I ask Andrew Simpson, please, to move the third amendment? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to move the amendment in mine and Councillor Humphrey's names. I was very disappointed to see this motion tonight because yet again it amplifies an issue which is not the top priority of our residents. When you ask people what is concerning them, it is the cost of living, it is their health care. And in fact, I went to a conference yesterday which came out with some statistics saying that now 1 in 10 households are considering
using food banks. So this doesn't seem to me to be the top priority of our residents, but we are where we are. Councillor Humphries and I are putting forward this amendment because we have one of the 3 hotels in West Northants, the Ibis Hotel at Crick in our ward. Our amendment sets out to provide the whole picture rather than a particularly narrow version. It provides some specific solutions and it removes some inflammatory and inaccurate assertions. It is certainly true that you look at social media sites such as Facebook, the Ibis Hotel at Crick and its residents have been subject to much discussion over the summer, culminating in a demonstration outside it on Friday the 8th of August. We all agree that the hotels are not suitable for housing asylum seekers, and the council, police and local MPs have already made that case to the government and continue to do so. But the Ibis was, like many hotels, commandeered under the last government for such use back in October 2022. So it's been nearly 3 years that the Ibis has been used for this what is supposed to be a temporary situation. Over that time, the local community have been very supportive of the residents in the hotel, and back in 2022, events were held to welcome them to the area and to try to understand the issues that caused them to take such desperate measures to reach the UK. As the turnover of residents in the Ibis has increased, and following the loss of some key community volunteers, it is true that the relationship has become more strained with the local community. With the hot weather over the summer, it came to a head when the migrants started to use the local playing field to play football. What a positive move you would think for a group of young men rather than staying cooped up at the hotel. But it's also understandable that a large group of young black men appearing in the playing fields together with some boisterous late evening football behaviour became of concern to some local villagers. Then one serious criminal incident away from the area in Rugby set off a whole tirade from certain individuals about safety concerns from the whole setup. Nearly all of this has been played out on social media, and it must be said that often by particular individuals known for certain views and an intolerant agenda. In fact, one individual is constantly posting at every opportunity and going on about her girls not being safe in the playing field, yet when you investigate it, you find she doesn't actually live in the village. Whilst most social media can generate a lot of heat, in context, to date, Councillor Humphries and I have had just 2 residents contact us directly about the hotel and concerns about the behaviour of residents. Just 2. We have, of course, worked closely with WNC officers at the police and Crick Parish Council to try and address those concerns, but we must get this into perspective and not let this issue be hijacked by right-wing groups and individuals wanting to cause trouble. In that respect, I, along with a couple of other Crick residents, observed the demonstration outside the hotel on the 8th of August. Most people demonstrating were not from the local area, and you could see from social media activity how right-wing groups jumping on the opportunity to cause trouble. A small number seemed intent on intimidating the hotel residents. The white Porsche that turned up outside the hotel for the driver to take a quick selfie with an England flag was embarrassing to watch. At the same time as this was going on, I was being told by a young woman who serves the Ibis residents in the local shop that some of them were the nicest people you could hope to meet. These are fellow human beings after all, and we shouldn't forget that. So let's get this matter in perspective and stop amplifying it. Turning specifically to the motion as it stands, point 6 talks of mass illegal migration. This is political rhetoric of the worst kind, inflammatory and untrue, and is something the Liberal Democrat group cannot support. The numbers from last year were 43,000 illegal immigrants versus a net migration of 431,000. So in any book or measure, the UK is not suffering from mass illegal migration. Also, when you look at the numbers of people being granted asylum, the UK is lower than France and Germany. Point 7, we pointed out what the underlying causes of irregular migration are. As Sally Kibble says, these are issues for the government, but we think it's important that people understand this is a complex issue. Finally, point 8 that we put in our amendment is calling on the government to provide temporary work visas for migrants who have been waiting beyond a reasonable period for a decision. It was illustrated to me when I got to know 2 migrants from the Ibis Crick in 2023, shortly after it had opened. They were frustrated at not being able to do anything and having to stay cooped up in a hotel. They were trying to get fit and healthy by doing some exercise, and that's how I met them. But one of them was a doctor and keen to work and to contribute to the UK, and as he said, in thanks for being given a home here. That is why we are also clearly stating in this amendment that the UK
Councillor
must remain...
Simpson, will you please finish?
Yes, indeed. That the UK must remain committed to its proud tradition of offering refuge to people fleeing persecution, war and conflict, while maintaining an asylum system that is fair, effective and compassionate. I move the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Rosie Humphreys is to second the amendment.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to second this amendment, but reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Daniel Lister, are you prepared to accept the amendment?
No, Madam Chairman.
And in which case, the amendment must be voted on now? No? All right, in that case, I have to invite Daniel Lister to reply to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Like the previous amendment, which seek to change the motion's focus from planning law to virtue signalling about community relations, this is a transparent attempt to overturn our local practical enforcement motion into a partisan political attack on the previous Conservative government. But it backfires spectacularly because it ignores Labour's own failures since taking power. While Lib Dems want to look at Conservative hotel policies, they conveniently ignore that Labour has reversed Conservative progress. Record channel crossings of over in 2025 under Labour, and floor and crick hotels reopened under Labour after Conservative successfully closed them. Labour has failed in their promise to end hotel use. Both amendments have missed the point entirely. This motion isn't about party political politics or past blame games. It's about our 3 local hotels, our communities, and ensuring proper planning processes are followed. It's about getting consultation rights Labour and the Lib Dems claim to support but won't back when it matters. I urge you to reject this amendment and support the original motion. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Ian Simpson. To reply.
Oh, Andrew Simpson, sorry. Yeah, I'm disappointed.
Sorry, they've given me Ian, but it's bizarre. Andrew, please.
Thank you.
Forgive me.
Obviously, I'm disappointed, but not necessarily surprised on that response from the Conservatives. This motion, as it stands, is full of negatives, and it just highlights the problems without giving a rounded solution, and our attempt is to do that, give that solution by this amendment.
All right. Therefore, I apply to vote. Yep. In that case, vote, abstain, for or against. Please, may I have your vote? I don't have enough. The vote has been lost. Now, so now we have to return to the debate, and I invite the speakers to comment on the substantive motion, which may have been amended by Councillor McCord's amendment. Therefore, I will invite Councillor Daniel Lister. No, hold on, I would like... James Petter has asked to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Lister and Councillor Bignall, this motion sets out exactly what many of us and our residents have been saying for many months. The scale of illegal small boat crossings is now over 25,000 this year alone. It's simply unsustainable. It's not fair for local communities, and it's not fair for people that placed into an unsuitable hotel accommodation either. West Northamptonshire, we've seen firsthand how this could be forced upon us. Hotels in our area have been taken out of local use without consultation. That puts direct pressure on housing, schools, GP surgeries, community cohesion. And it sends a message that local voices do not matter. This is unacceptable. I welcome the planning enforcement process already underway. The Council has duly upheld its planning law, and if the hotels have been used in ways that breach planning rules, and then enforcement is right and proper course. We must use every tool available to protect our communities. But the motion makes clear this is not about just about local action. We need government to step up. We need full consultation with councils before decisions are made, clarity on planning permission, and above all, a sustainable, properly planned approach. Hotels are not the answer. I support this motion, and because it's about fairness, it's about community, and it's about restoring control to our local people and their elected representatives. And I would ask which doors Councillor Simpson knocked on, because it's not what we heard on the doors when we knocked on them. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Petter. It's not customary to clap in between, so can you refrain from doing so? I thank you. I'm now working from remote control because my screen is not working. So I call upon Zoe Smith to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite appalled by the callous attempt to whip up hatred against one particular group to lay at their door the failure of both the previous administration and the current one to listen to residents' voices. We know that the people in the asylum hotels are fleeing persecution. However, when it comes to listening to the voices of the residents in Northampton, everything I've heard as a councillor for the last 10 years has been that the council do not consult them about planning decisions long before asylum-seeking hotels was an issue and the issue around the hotels. Residents were saying that the planning departments, the planning policy of the council was not listening to them. They didn't feel that the previous administration were listening to them on the number of HMOs, on the creation of multiple flats, on the overpressure of communities not caused by asylum seekers but caused by landlord greed, and they don't feel that they're being listened to now. Everything we hear over and over again. And so in our amendment, we offered you an opportunity to open that up to all consultation on major decisions to allow residents' voices to be heard for what they really want to talk about and not what somebody is putting into their mouths to twist their concerns for political purposes.
I thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mark Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. To all members this evening, thank you, Councillor Lister, for approaching me to reach an accord where an acceptable motion for the opposition and the administration was presented to Council today. I'm grateful for your approach. It's very, very important that we address this. It's been the single biggest item that we've heard of, so I quite agree which doors did certain people knock on. I certainly know from the wards where the hotels remain from my members around the unitary area. I'm not going to speak on the item as such, but I will provide an update to the Chamber today to the planning contravention notices that have been received a response of to our colleagues in the planning department. I can confirm that the three proprietors of the hotels have returned the notices and they maintain the position that these properties are in fact hotels. So I will put the trust and faith in our colleagues, and I hope my fellow members do too, that we will examine this properly, we will look at these responses and we will find out our next steps. And I look forward to updating on a leader's address and a press release in due course. It's important that we acknowledge, and I think there's support opposite here, that these properties are not suitable for the purpose they are being used for. They are inappropriate for the communities they hold them, they place them in and put an overbearing strain on our already stretched public resources. We've already heard this evening the sentiments from the members of the public, our expectation of delivering value for money services without cuts, and we need to take a really serious view on where we are. But I promise that I will be transparent as I am with where we are, and I will update you in due course. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Inam Haq, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hotels are not a sustainable answer for accommodating asylum seekers. We all can agree on that. But we must also be clear that the issue is not asylum seekers themselves. It is the system. The government is already looking at alternatives to reduce reliance on hotels and to phase out the use of hotels completely. Work with the European Union partners to tackle the criminal gangs responsible for human trafficking is also being taken forward. Our role as councillors is not to inflame division, but to show leadership by focusing on solutions. Okay. That means calling for faster decision-making, more suitable accommodation, and the involvement of local councils in decision-making nationally. Locally, where there are breaches of planning regulations, then as a council, we need to intervene and take firm action. As a local politician in West Northamptonshire, we have to show leadership in the context of our council and stop dancing to the tune of others and central dictates. Data shows that vast majority of asylum seekers are granted asylum, demonstrating that they are genuine cases of people fleeing persecution, prison, torture, and possible death in their own countries. Often countries ravaged by war like Sudan and Ethiopia, where such people have been provided with safe routes to the UK. Our asylum system has worked well, as in the case of Ukraine, and this council played an important part in the process. We need to recognize that asylum seekers did not choose hotels. They were placed there while exercising their legal rights under international conventions drawn up by this country, amongst others, to prevent a repeat of the horrors that took place in the Second World War.
Councillor Home, please finish.
Just a few seconds. If we want change, we should direct our energy towards improving the process, not blaming the people. We should lead with fairness, facts, humanity, and practical solution, and not inadvertently cause fear and division. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I now have 9 speakers left to go. The last speaker will be Councillor Rosie Humphreys. However, Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair, very
2
much.
minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to remind my Reform colleagues that Braunston and Crick returned 2 Lib Dem councillors. So whatever you were offering them on the doorstep, they clearly didn't like your solution to any of the problems. That aside, it's not clear to me whether this is a Reform motion or a Conservative one. In fact, it could be written by both of you, and potentially probably was. So to my Conservative colleagues, this is entirely duplicitous. You've been let down by your previous government. Let's be clear. The Conservatives were the architects of the existing policy, and once again, we have no alternative solutions here. Architect is probably too grand a word, actually, because it's felt more like, let's just let people come over and do nothing and see what happens to the system. Now, as a council, let's talk about this from a council's point of view. Join up the dots. What happens if these people come out of hotels? Where are they going to go? The government has a duty and a responsibility to house them and look after them. Houses in multiple occupation, it's something I hear so many people in this room get very angry and very annoyed about. Well, we're going to see more of them, an absolute proliferation of them. That will cost this council more money, because there will be nowhere for temporary accommodation for those people that need it, alongside those seeking asylum. And some facts. The government spends 0.5% of its total budget on hotels. 0.5%. Let's see when we get to the end of year and look at your budget overspend. You'll be saying, oh, it's only 0.5%, you know. Well, we're talking about a very small amount of money in the grand scheme of things. And 3% of hotel rooms are used for this use across the entire UK. The thing that annoys me most is hearing so much about the protection of women and girls. Who would not agree with that? But if you look at the police data and the data that this council has diligently collected, there have been 2 specific criminal-related issues since
Councillor Harris, will you please finish?
I will. 2022. In the wards of Brixworth and Moulton, 1,700 cases of violent and sexual offences. Who's screaming from the rooftops about those? I don't hear it from anywhere else.
I thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I've said, the MK Hotel in Dean's Hanger is used exclusively for housing immigrants awaiting an outcome on their applications. And I want that hotel closed. It's the wrong use in the wrong place. A few years ago, Milton Keynes Council used this hotel to house their temporary homeless. And we, the ward members, opposed that because putting people literally at the side of the road with no ability to address their needs is wrong. I applied the same reasoning to the current use. And yes, there are groups like Good Neighbours and Dean's Hanger that do assist, and I thank them for that. However, I've had many emails, not just 2, from many Dean's Hanger residents that feel unsafe in the village. We have a person on remand for robbery, criminal damage and theft, formerly resident in the hotel. But we have other issues too. Anyone involved in any incident is assumed to be from the MK Hotel. The past weekend, there was a report in Dean's Hangar of a sexual assault on a young girl. And this has been investigated by the police and an arrest made. There is no connection to the MK Hotel. I repeat, no connection to the hotel. But social media was lit up with many people jumping to the wrong conclusions. These establishments are causing alarm. They're attracting elements intent on stirring up trouble from both left and right. A village cannot provide the help and support that is required, and we are using vast resources from council, police and others to keep everyone satisfied. And I really mean less annoyed rather than happy. We need a solution. The hotels are a symptom of the problem, and government must tackle the problem. But for me, in my ward, any action that will get us
Councillor
to the point where the
McCord,
hotel
please
is
finish.
returned to use it was intended for is welcome. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor McCord. And now I move to Councillor Pinder Chauhan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I speak today as a daughter of migrants. My parents came to Britain. They built businesses, raised their children, and contributed to this country with pride. But this debate is not about migrant communities. It's about asylum hotels and the pressures that they place on our local services and the safety concerns voiced by our residents. When the Conservative-run Epping Council secured a High Court injunction against migrant hotels, West Northamptonshire Conservatives acted swiftly. While the Reform leader was still considering the implications, we tabled an emergency meeting that forced Reform to act, resulting in the planning contravention notices being served. So I'm glad that you have followed that. You can laugh all you want, but it's true. And we must also reflect on how we got here. So we've just had a former Member of Parliament speak who actually served under Tony Blair's Labour government, where sweeping immigration reforms were introduced. They opened the labour market in 2004, creating a points-based system, and they established the National Asylum Support Service and incorporated the European Convention of Human Rights into UK law. These decisions fundamentally reshaped our migration landscape and laid the groundwork for the challenges that we face today. And what about Labour now? According to Full Fact, they've just closed 3 migrant hotels since taking office, compared to the 200 closed under the previous Conservative government. Yet they continue to take credit for the closures that they did not deliver, just as Reform are doing here in West Northants with their legacy achievements from the Conservative administration. We must ensure that the Home Office does not burden our council and communities with migrant hotels that should be managed by central government. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Chauhan. May I move on to Councillor Hayley Adkins? Sorry, I think your microphone's on, is it?
I'll try again.
Try again. Can't hear you.
I think I'm now speaking, Madam Chair.
Please don't switch the mics off, so we'll come back to you, Councillor Atkins. Can I please have Councillor Adrian Little?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we all agree that these 3 hotels are placing unsustainable strain on local services, as well as raising concerns with residents, none of whom have had any say on this matter. And I can understand their concerns. Large numbers of unvetted people arriving to live close to you is undoubtedly unnerving, whatever the background or status. I personally am delighted with the way this Reform-led administration has taken a measured response to the current situation regarding asylum hotels. It hasn't undertaken any knee-jerk actions. It's not hired expensive legal counsel. It hasn't used language or taken actions that could inflame tensions or prejudice any future legal actions. Instead, what it's done is it's worked effectively with officers at WNC and put forward a robust response to what we, after all, believe is a breach of planning law.
I thank you, Councillor Little. Now can we move to Councillor Deeks? And again.
Oh, I think it's now mine.
All right, then Councillor Vincent Clive. Please don't play with your microphones, otherwise we cut you out. You have to go to the back of the queue. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I welcome this motion being brought forward today, initially by Councillors Lister and Bignell. Indeed, it is a happy day when one finds himself in the company of friends who, like the prodigal son, after sojourning in the wilderness and trading their birthright for a mess of pottage, have returned home once again. We welcome them with open arms. I need not remind members present that it was under a National Conservative government that a process of procuring hotels for migrant accommodation was first employed. Indeed, it was the then Conservative Immigration Minister who celebrated the ramping up of this policy and who still stands by this record today. Under our new National Labour government, this has only continued at pace. I am therefore pleased also to note that the Labour government has now also become keen proponents of Operation Restoring Justice, at least in part. And I can only trust that our own Labour members in attendance likewise welcome their national government's commitment to phase out the wholly unsuitable use of hotels as temporary accommodation for migrants. This nation, and indeed Northampton, has a proud Christian heritage, one which seeks to instil a care for those who are most vulnerable in society. It goes without saying that where genuine need is identified, we stand ready to help and support people who find that they have fallen on uniquely hard times. And indeed, much of the work of council is to do just this, as perfectly or imperfectly as may be the case. However, as members here, we find ourselves stewarded first and foremost with meeting the very serious secular needs of our local residents. Helping others must never be to the detriment of these local people, to whom we are ultimately accountable. Nor must it be without their informed consent, and the government must be petitioned to that end. It is on that basis that I welcome the motion as now amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clive. Councillor Bob Purser, 2 minutes. All right, you double bumped, didn't you? Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
No, I wasn't going to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delighted.
Everyone is in agreement that the hotels are unsuitable, but it's the wider issues that really are worrying. Something that a resident referred to me in writing to me as the attempt to sanitize what is the anti-asylum seeker or racist rhetoric coming from the council regarding the use of hotels to house asylum seekers. It's pointless taking issue with Councillor Lister's snide comments about virtue signalling, but I do take issue with members of the administration opposite shaking their heads when reference is made to these asylum seekers fleeing persecution. If you care to look up in the Crick Village newsletter in 2022, the winter edition, there is an interview with an Ethiopian national describing his harrowing journey from his homeland to Crick. Not many village newsletter articles begin with the warning, this piece contains reference to murder and rape. Studies have shown that up to 40% of refugees suffer from PTSD, and as many 90% of refugee children. The Iranian national I met at the IBIS showed me the Home Office documentation confirming the physical injuries inflicted on him by the barbarous government he refused to work for. The psychological scars were also clearly visible. We need to lead by example and stamp out division and hate and demonstrate the truly British qualities of generosity and compassion.
Thank you.
It's a powerful line in the striking poem.
Councillor Humphreys, can you finish, please?
I'll finish by quoting the line in the poem on our tables, everyone in this world is intertwined with you, and don't forget it.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. The next speaker will be Hayley Adkins. I've got 4 more speakers. The last is Andrew Last. Bad pun.
Thank you, Chair.
Hayley, could you please address the floor? Hayley Adkins.
Thank you, Chair. It is agreed that 2025 is the worst year for small boat crossings. 25,000 people, being an estimation of illegal immigration asylum seekers housed in hotels, because our national Labour government will not release any figures or indications on this true crisis, instead turning a blind eye to the situation and awarding criminal activity of the transporting gangs. Our leader, Councillor Mark Arnold, has always stated that the use of local hotels is unsuitable, putting a strain on already overstretched public services and causing undue stress to our local community in West Northamptonshire. We know hotel costs are significantly higher than the rent of residential properties. Lack of space, a lack of privacy in hotels is not a good fit for long-term living either. The UK Home Office allocations of hotel accommodation has suppressed our voice, Reform UK, but we are making tentative steps in the background for change, and this is by seeking the correct legal action from WNC, and hopefully we can put an end to this.
Thank you, Councillor Adkins. Councillor Silas Hayes. Don't.
You've gone to the end.
Councillor Adkins, you need to turn your microphone. Thank you. Councillor Mark Deeks, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I welcome this motion being brought today by Councillor Lister with the assistance of our leader, Councillor Mark Arnold. It is entirely in keeping with our approach in this increasingly important area that is affecting residents in Northampton and communities up and down the country. Whilst the debate continues on in Westminster on how to solve this issue, at its most basic level, it comes down to the British value of fairness, which the last government and current government so far have failed to recognise. The current approach and lack of leadership and direction to solve this is not fair on our communities, it's not fair on the taxpayers, it's not fair to the residents, and it's not fair on the people crossing the channel. Consultation with local communities and councils is an absolute must. We are the democratic voices of our communities, and we must serve the people who put their faith and trust in us as their elected officials. In my ward, this topic frequently came up on the doorstep. We are privileged to be in our positions. Doing nothing is not serving our constituents, and it is not an option in my view. What has been put forward is coherent, fair, and entirely sensible, which I fully support. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Deeks. No, please. Councillor Purser. Don't touch it, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting how the Tories are trying to gain favour with their Reform colleagues. I think this is an interesting development. Just point out that Jesus Christ sought asylum in Egypt when faced with persecution. So the Christian faith has a very strong understanding of the plight of asylum seekers. Councillor Petter talked about the small boat crossings. Just point out that before we left the Dublin Convention, there were 0 boat crossings. It was the Tories who took us out of the Dublin Convention. Why have we got so many people in hotels? Because Mrs. Braverman didn't set up the procedures to process people. So the Labour government is working on all those issues. We are tackling the gangs. We are processing asylum seekers. We are working with our European partners. And we're dealing with this difficult issue of accommodation, which hopefully will not impact as severely as it might on local authorities. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you, Councillor Purser. I have Councillor Last, followed by Councillor Hayes, and after that, we'll go back to Phil Bignell, who seconded the motion. I thank you. Councillor Last.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of order from my side. I take offence at any suggestion that either myself or my colleagues are branded racists. From Councillor Rosie Humphreys opposite me at the moment. You know, that is just unacceptable rhetoric from the opposition and not acceptable in my view.
I thank you, Councillor Last. Councillor Hayes, he will be the last speaker.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Nobody disputes that illegal channel crossings and the unsustainable use of hotels as long-term migration accommodation are major national issues with a direct impact on local communities. It is right that this council should be firm in upholding planning law, protecting local services and making sure residents' voices are heard. Thank you, Councillor Zoe Smith, on that one. But it's worth reminding members that much of the work highlighted in this opposition priority business has already been initiated, not by the opposition, but under this administration, with the support and scrutiny of reform councillors. Planning contravention notices have already been issued. Enforcement action is underway. Our legal team is already examining test case options to strengthen our position. Reform councillors have consistently pressed for exactly this kind of decisive, law-based approach for many months. And let's also be honest, the Conservative Party has been in government for over 14 years and has repeatedly promised to tackle illegal migration and the misuse of hotels. Yet the numbers continue to climb and communities continue to be put under pressure. If the Conservatives were serious about any of this problem, they had ample time and power to do so. Instead, we're left with grand statements at the national level and gestures like this at the local level, while the real work of enforcing planning law and standing up for residents is already happening. That said, I believe it to be a good reminder and an example of positive cross-party communication and support to repeat Councillor Arnold's communications with the Home Secretary, now that we have a new one in place. And, as was successful in the Shawshank Redemption, writing 2 letters a week until we, Northampton, are heard might be a good idea. Reform councillors will continue to press for action, ensuring our communities are properly consulted and informed, supporting officers to use every legal and enforcement tool available, and pushing for sustainable, properly planned solutions at national level.
Councillor Hayes, can you finish, please?
Yep. We welcome cross-party support for action already being taken, but our residents deserve a council that leads, not one that merely reacts. All that said, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. We've had 15 speakers on this matter. Therefore, I will now return to Councillor Phil Bignell, who seconded the motion. Councillor Phil Bignell. Where is he? Did you press? Hold on. Councillor Last, have you turned yours on? All right.
Yes.
Councillor Bignell, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. And I commend the majority of the members in this room who've seen what I've seen. I live in Campion Ward, which includes the Holiday Inn in Floor, and I had many phone calls and knocks on the doors that have said they're worried by it. It's not the people, it's not their fault. They're in an area where they don't need to be, and it causes angst amongst the people there. So the idea of closing down the hotels and putting these people who's no fault of their own in other places is truly right. Thank you for your help. Bye now.
I thank you. Councillor Bignell, are you on the phone?
Could be.
All right. I ask Councillor Daniel Lister to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, tonight's debate has really exposed the complete bankruptcy of both Labour and Liberal Democrat positions on asylum hotels. Let's start with Labour's abject failure. They spent years in opposition claiming hotel use was easy to fix, promising quick solutions, smash the gangs, they said. Well, they've had 18 months in power. Where are the results? Record channel crossings in 2025, hotel use increasing under their watch. Our own Floor and Crick hotels reopened under Labour. They promised to end hotel use by 2029. At this rate, they'll be building more of their own. But the Liberal Democrats are even worse. They're not just failing, they're hypocritical. Just days ago, Ed Davey told ITV that local councils should get to say over whether hotels are used and that not consulting councils is one of the Home Office's many failings. Yet when we bring a motion demanding exactly that consultation, what do? They try to sabotage it with political point-scoring amendments rather than backing the consultation rights they claim to support. The Lib Dems promised to close all hotels in 6 months through emergency processing centres. Absolute fantasy. If it's that simple, why hasn't Labour done it? Why didn't we do it? If Liberal Democrat voters don't believe them, recent polling shows only a pathetic net score trust of +5 on immigration. Even that's among their own supporters. They want it both ways, claiming to support community consultation while defending government decisions imposed without consultation, promising to reduce hotel use while expanding every possible route into this country. This motion will succeed because, unlike Labour and the Lib Dems, we actually mean what we say. We want to back our officers, demand real consultations, and we put communities first, not party politics. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Daniel Lister. All right, that ends this debate. The Chairman, I would like to ask for a vote for, against, or an abstention. The vote has passed. All right, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, the vote has passed. Okay, we have now got to item 8. I promised to myself that we would break at 7:30. We were in the middle of a motion, we were in the middle of a section, so we will go now and break for 15 minutes. As requested of Democratic Services, there are coffees and teas upstairs at the Jeffreys room. Go and get it. help, mightn't it? All right, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, settle down, please. We must give thanks to Paul Hanson and his team for organising coffee and cake. And so we move to item 8, West Northampton Administration Delivery Plan. I invite Mark Arnold to move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just one moment, I'll get some of my notes. Here we are today.
You have 5 minutes.
Oh, 5, marvellous. Marvellous. I'll try and take less. So you did tell me off earlier. So thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, everyone. So I said earlier in my leader's address, we're roughly 4 months into office, and to the comments at the last meeting, I took feedback that Reform UK was elected with no manifesto. It didn't mean we had no idea, as we've demonstrated, and my robust team is delivering for the community consistently every day. However, I am delighted to introduce item 8 on tonight's agenda, the administration's delivery plan, the post-election manifesto, you might say. But you might like to call it proof that we've been doing more than just drinking tea and dodging potholes. So the members opposite were, in fact, quick to criticise the administration for not having a plan, as they said. I wonder how quickly they'll criticise what's in front of them today. The criticism is welcome. That's what we do with democracy, and that's how we work for our people. So, whilst Councillor Lister might be polishing his keyboard, Councillor Keeble with her pencils and Councillor Harris with his pitchfork down there, we're ready to get this over the line here and show you what the administration intends to do. Before we dive into our pantomime, I just want to say that we are committed to this council and our people, and you know, we can work with everybody. Our doors are open, and what we've seen is cross-party working in our wards where we share councillors, and we are delivering for our people collectively. And as I've witnessed a couple of times at parish councils recently, I don't like to hear a council be bemoaned by the members of parish councils when not a single person actually writes to an administration or their unitary councillors for assistance, and let the unitary councillors come to the administration to work collectively to get things done. So for the record here, that door is open for the whole of West Northants. So I'll ask all members to reiterate that when you go to your parishes. So we're here for everyone. This administration will work for its people. And we face challenges along the way here. There's national instability, there's rising costs, there's the occasional curveball from Whitehall. We've seen a couple of changes in senior positions. That doesn't help authorities deliver consistently. So we've had a Deputy Prime Minister and make way and have a new one. So when we're trying to do our budgeting, and we're worrying now about fair funding with a different person in charge. So I hope that members have read the administration's plan. I hope they've looked at the points. They see it aligned with the strategies. Strategy being a long-term route to getting to where you want to be, from where you set out to be. And you see how it's aligned with the future. Now, members will say, you've rehashed the One West Northamptonshire plan. I don't see the purpose of rehashing and spending excessive amounts of officer time after a very good, and I commend you to some degree, and I commend our officers for writing a very good document. But right now, we need to work together and deliver that. And over a period of time, we will look at that and, if necessary, reassess and see what unfolds along the journey. So I will take the comments on board. We will listen to what all members say in this place and my own, some of which will have seen that only a few weeks ago and then last week in its final draft at the publication. So I commend the administration's priority document to the Chamber, and I look forward to your comments. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you, Councillor Mark Arnold. Councillor James Petter, I believe you're going to second the motion, the proposal.
I am going to second the motion.
Proposal.
Proposal, yeah, motion. It is a bit emotional. And I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any members of the council who wish to comment on this item? I have Councillor Sally Keeble.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. we've pressed for a plan, and there is one. So in that sense, we welcome the fact that there is a plan. It obviously covers a very wide area, and there's not time to go into all of it tonight. But I imagine, I hope and expect, and I will take the leader at his word, that his door is going to be open, and that we will continue to press and work on this and get improvements to it over the months and years to come. There are, however, some specific points which I would like to raise now, and which I think also Bob Purser will be wanting to raise as well, Councillor Bob Purser. One is that I don't see the items here to ensure diversity and equality. And I think those are extremely important to make sure that everybody can benefit from our society and achieve their full potential. I particularly am looking for measures to tackle some of the deep-seated challenges that affect some areas and some communities, because a council has to be, of course it has to reach for people's expectations, it also has to be a safety net. There's a lack of specifics. I know that the leader likes numbers, so do I, so I want some numbers on what's going to be delivered. If there's one area I could single out, it's housing. Councillor Hastie probably won't be surprised about that. I want some numbers. I want numbers tracked on the numbers of affordable housing which is provided. And I also want to know whether he's actually satisfied that this covers all the issues around disrepair and the legacy of Northampton Partnership Homes that needs resolving. So I will be pressing on those amongst other
Councillor
issues.
Keeble, please finish.
I've finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Keeble. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you very much. I'm presuming the pitchfork at dawn is reference to my rural award, Councillor Knoll, nothing more than that. That's probably one of the comments I would make about your plan. There isn't a lot that specifically refers to rural areas. So I'm going to rattle through these because I only have 2 minutes. It is a little bit more of the same. I'm glad you acknowledge that it's a mishmash of the One West Northants plan. The One West Northants plan in reality was also put together at speed, at haste, and it lacked itself from any pure depth on a lot of areas. So not so many measures in here or measurable outcomes that I can see. So for me, it lacks some accountability. I would echo the points about diversity, equality, but also sustainability. There's really not very much at all on the sustainability agenda. There's very little reference to existing strategies. There are some strategies that have been put in place for some time and have been carried over. And it would have been nice to have seen those reflected within this document, such as, for example, the anti-poverty strategy. There are some house missing. My big issue with this is it's a shame it wasn't put to the people of West Northamptonshire, of course, at the appropriate time as a plan. And I do have to point out that there's nothing in here about stopping the boats or reducing taxes, which was the only thing that people had delivered through their doors on any of your leaflets. So, you know, and I'm sure you're going to tell me that's not within your remit, which of course we already know. So for me, it's all a little bit Blue Peter. Here's one we prepared earlier, except it was produced earlier by someone else. As I believe we're starting to see tonight, we are looking at perhaps the emergence of what I would call the turquoise Tories now. It's very similar to what we've had before. Whether that's good or bad, that'll be up to the people of West Northants to decide. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Deeks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I welcome and support the plan and report put forward today by our leader, Councillor Mark Arnold. I think it's fair to say, despite our critics, we have hit the ground running at some pace. Lots of activities have already begun, and people are beginning to start to see things are beginning to change. And what we find is with reform, if we say we're going to do something, we act on it, and we do it. Equally, if we can't do it, we'll be honest and say that too. No empty words, no empty promises, no raising expectations for them to be dashed. This plan is putting Northampton on the front foot, which will improve outcomes for residents and communities, which I fully support and commend. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Deeks. I have got 5 names left on the list, and then we will call for a vote. Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can support this document as far as it goes. doesn't bear any relationship to what went through people's doors, pretty much a Tory-like document, but it does face the issues that we have in the local area, and they are considerable. I think the whole issue of the future of the Children's Trust, dealing with adult services, getting our streets clean, those are all important things, and within the financial context in which we're having to work. I've just got 3 things that I would urge the administration to take on. One is, please work with the parishes and the town councils. Please work with Northampton Town. The 2 councils working together can achieve a lot and really transform the centre of our town. Secondly, I'd want more to be made of our 2 rail freight interchanges at Durft and Junction 15. I think there's a lot of high tech going on there. We don't know enough about it. I think we really need to engage with those 2 very major developments that are very much the future of our area and kind of at the cutting edge of technology. And I'd also associate myself with Councillor Keeble's comment about equalities needing to run through all we do. I have a real concern about people who don't access our services and who we don't engage with. And I think that's a real challenge for us as a council, both as local councillors, but also in delivering our service. And of course, we've got the climate change issue, which I'd want to see some more about, and getting the huge challenge of energy efficiency in our communities. So with those
Councillor Purser, please finish.
I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Purser. Councillor Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When this council was led by a Conservative administration, we set out an ambitious roadmap for West Northamptonshire in the One West Northants plan, a vision co-created with partners and communities to ensure a thriving, inclusive and forward-looking district by 2030. Our plan was clear: invest in growth, support our towns and villages, champion quality homes and deliver efficient public services. So I've looked closely at the new administration's delivery plan. And let's be really clear, despite all the talk of a fresh focus and transformative leadership, this plan changes nothing fundamental. It's simply a delivery timetable for the strategic priorities laid down by the previous Conservative administration. Every pillar and ambition in this new document, boosting business, supporting communities, delivering better homes, providing efficient services, directly mirrors the outcomes we established in the original strategy. We've pressed for vision. We challenge this administration to set out what makes them different, to offer up something bold, innovative, or truly new. But what has been delivered is little more than a handful of bullet points, quarterly performance reviews, and minor tweaks dressed up as renewal. All the rhetoric of change boils down to inherited ambitions and a repackaging of work that was already underway. West Northamptonshire deserves leadership, not stewardship. And despite the self-promotion, the so-called fresh focus that consists merely of the same priorities, actions and ambitions that this council was already pursuing. The real strategic vision, the true plan for West Northamptonshire, remains the one devised by the Conservative administration. So with all this talk of a fresh start, perhaps the administration can explain exactly what is new in the plan, beyond repackaging the strategy we already set. Where is the vision and leadership for West Northamptonshire? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tarbon, please.
Thank you, Chair. As a public-facing document, I think this shows the lack of confidence of the new administration. Whilst the points all look lovely on paper and at times paint an idyllic picture of what life in West Northamptonshire could be like, the document is missing 2 key bits of information. One, how any detail of how any of this will be achieved, and 2, proper measurements or specific targets that will show the successes or failures of the administration. It seems Reform are working on the basis of, you can't fail if you can't be measured on what you were doing. If you are confident about what you were doing, show your colours so that we can all judge your achievements and failures. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Tarbon. I will now take Councillor Slope and Councillor Rainbird, but in the interest of time, that will be it. Apologies. Councillor Slope.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The way we will go about delivering this plan, it will be different. We will actually get things done. It's about restoring stability, credibility and pride in the council. It focuses on 4 clear priorities: boosting business growth and prosperity, helping our local businesses start, thrive and attract investment with initiatives like linking skills to jobs, supporting regeneration and maximising opportunities from major regional developments such as Silverstone, and some links with the Universal Studios in Bedford, we hope. Creating stronger and safer communities, tackling crime and antisocial behaviour, investing in roads and transport, reducing fly tipping and working with town and parish councils to empower local voices. Caring for people, strengthening family hubs, improving SEND support, helping children get the best start in life, and supporting our older residents to live independently and well. Delivering efficient public services and making sure every pound of taxpayers' money is spent wisely, cutting waste, driving efficiencies and producing frontline services. This isn't just a glossy document, it's a practical programme of delivery. We are aligning it directly with our medium-term financial plan and quarterly performance reporting, so residents can hold us to account. Above all, this plan puts residents at the centre. It's about listening to their concerns, acting on them, and proving that this council can deliver. Madam Chairman, I recommend this report to the council.
Thank you. The last speaker will be Jasmine Rainbow. Councillor Rainbird.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We will take this good from the previous administration and deliver a new, fresh beginning through the delivery plan. This will provide the structure, progression and success. We listen to the past questions and will move forward with transparency.
I thank you. All right, in the interest of curtailing this motion, let's speak now. Have James Petter reply, please, because you seconded the motion.
Thank you. Okay, this delivery plan is about clarity in delivery. The One West Northamptonshire plan was widely consulted on and adopted and gives us a foundation, yes. So rather than just going back on old ground, the new administration is right to move forward at a pace and focus on turning words into action. Residents told us on the door during our elections that what matters most, they want visible results, efficient services, and above all, value for money. So we must make every one of your pounds work harder. We must cut waste where we can, and we must ensure that our budget decisions deliver real benefits to our communities. Councillor Lister said that we are just repatching and rewriting, which was already agreed. But let's make us clear. It's about setting a clear direction and getting on with the delivery. So, this is how we will rebuild pride in West Northamptonshire, as mentioned by Councillor Slope, and ensure residents feel the benefits of council that is stable, effective, working for them, and ensure our communities know their council is stable, effective, and working for them. Again, very important point. Councillor Keeble mentioned about diversity and equity. We recognise the value differences of people, so that is diversity. And equity, we make sure that everyone has equal access to opportunities, resources and support. So I second this proposal.
Councillor Petter, I thank you. Please, Councillor Mark Arnold, can you respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions around the room tonight, around this place. I'll go to Councillor Purser and thank you for your support and indicating your support. One thing that was fundamentally clear early on when we were pre-election was communication with the electorate. And I've made no secret of the number of doors, the sheer number of doors that I knocked in my area and then prevailed with the largest majority in the council. The residents spoke time and time again of not being heard, not being consulted, not being heard, not seeing their elected members, or actually in some cases during elections, not actually seeing the candidates either. So and when we were going around, I don't know where the Conservative Party were because they were nowhere to be seen in Kingsthorpe. I will say that much. Councillor Baker's looking at me. Anyway, now we're in office and we are out in the community, seen at town and parish councils. I've made big points about going to Daventry Town Council and rebuilding a relationship. They made salient points of not seeing anybody from the administration. But to former Councillor Randall's credit, who we made an honorary alderwoman this evening, she was there and commended for her work. So now we are there, and they have 5 councillors, 2 cabinet members every time they meet, including on Monday coming next week. Same with Toaster Town Council, but again, we've got members in this place sitting in that council who don't seem to want to reach to the administration or other members to get assistance. They bemoan what goes on there and actually bemoan our officers, which I take disdain to. I don't appreciate that at all. The opportunity is there. They must reach out. This is what government is. And going forward in November, I'll be with Brackley. I've been to a few Brackley events over the summer and took great pride in standing for West Northants Council, in being in that place, and will continue to do so.
Councillor Arnold, please finish.
I'll sum up, Mr Vice Chairman, thank you. To Councillor Purser's point, the rail freight terminals are indeed a priority. I've recently visited the Amazon depot at Segro. It was marvellous, and I'll happily discuss with you in due course. And to Councillor Tarbin, if you look over the council papers from Cabinet a couple of weeks ago, you will see the performance report, which says just how well we're doing and some of the improvements that are already being seen.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Vice Chair.
Please finish.
I thank you. All right, we'll now take this to the vote. For, against, abstention. The vote has been carried. Item 9, appointment of the interim head of paid services. Once again, Councillor Mark Arnold to introduce the report and move the proposal. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You'll be accusing me of the Mark Arnold show again before long.
I will.
You will. Good. Consistency's important in this place. I'm pleased to introduce the report to members this evening. To report our interim CEO and head of paid service. We've heard this evening of Anna's pending departure, that she'll be stepping down from her role. As we've already commended her service, I won't go over the top and do that again, but as one chapter closes, another one begins, and I can think of no better person to act up into this role than Martin Henry, our Deputy Chief Executive and Section 151 officer, and I'm sure many members, almost all members in this place, will agree with that. Martin isn't just a safe pair of hands, he's the full toolkit, in my opinion, and has been incredibly gracious and supportive of the administration coming to office, and commend his support to Councillor Slope and Clive around finance and pensions and getting an early grip and very, very succinct understanding of affairs. So Martin brings both continuity and capability at a time when we need both. This report reflects the steady leadership we've come to expect from our senior team, and I've got every confidence under Martin's stewardship that we will continue to deliver for our residents with ambition, integrity and impact, whilst we embark on the journey of recruiting a successor for Anna and we go on that journey. So let's not just note this report, let's note the people behind it. Let's thank Anna again for her service. Welcome Martin as the ideal candidate to guide us through. I commend the report to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Last, you wish to second the proposal?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to second the proposal and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Any members of the Council who wish to speak on this item? Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I welcome this, and I would just say I very much welcome Martin into this interim role. He's extremely experienced, he's a decent guy and extremely trusted individual. So wishing Martin all the very best in this interim position.
I thank you, Councillor Harris. I have 5 people to speak on this, and the last will be Councillor Lister. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would have been happy to have spoken earlier about Anna too. After all, it was me that chaired the Appointments Committee that made the appointment. Anna has served us well, and as I said, Anna 2, as many of you may know who Anna 1 is, my daughter. Now, shortly after appointment in 2020, I had an email that read, Anna wants to meet you at 11 o'clock on Tuesday. And I was thinking, Anna's going to be at school at 11 o'clock on Tuesday. What's all that about? And then the penny dropped. So I had 2 Annas to manage, and I can safely tell you, Council, I never got the better of either of them. So, as others have said, Anna has served this county well, and she played a great role in turning around the County Council with much innovation, in particularly adult social services, and winning national recognition for many of the things that she introduced. And I wish her well for the future. I also wish Martin well in taking the top job as the interim chief exec. I've worked with Martin all the time I think I've been a councillor, so I know him well. I did seek some geek advice as to whether or not you can hold 2 statutory officers, and it's the monitoring officer cannot be held alongside the head of PED service, but you can hold section 151 along with head of PED service. However, I do have a mild concern that we're probably heading into the most challenging budget round, and we're going to still rely on his expert financial advice. So I do hope that we get that 151 appointment made as well. I know he's very ably served by James and Audra, but I think we're going to need Martin's...
Councillor McCord, will you finish, please?
Thank you. I wish you all well.
Thank you, Councillor McCord. Councillor Sally Keeble.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My group wishes Martin Henry well. He's a local person with enormous commitment to our council and to our communities. He takes over at a very challenging time, and he brings to those challenges huge expertise and great integrity, and we will all be rooting for him to succeed in his new role.
I thank you, Councillor Keeble. Councillor Clive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should probably start by saying that I imagine I blotted my copybook somewhat with Anna on one of our first meetings when I commented on my opinion on Thrive. However, I did want to say thank you for all the work you've done over many years serving our council credibly and competently. Thank you for that. And turning to Martin Henry, I have the privilege of sitting on committee with him. He endures the privilege of sitting on committee with me. He handles a barrage of detailed and technical questions with credibility and cool calmness that befits his position. I'm sure he'll be fantastic in this interim role. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Slope.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Firstly, I also want to place on record my sincere thanks to Anna Earnshaw. Her contribution has been recognised not only internally but through positive LGA peer review, which reflected on the energy and determination she helped foster it in both members and officers. Martin Henry brings precisely the qualities we need. He's over 20 years' experience as a Section 151 officer, has been part of the council since its creation, has repeatedly stepped up to act as chief executive when required. He knows the organisation inside and out and has the respect of both officers and members. And he's been a great support to me in my role with my portfolio. So, yeah, I highly recommend this report.
Councillor Daniel Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to echo those sentiments and welcome Martin into the role of interim CEO. I can't think of a better person. His calm confidence always instills confidence in the rest of us, and I welcome him to the role on behalf of the Conservative Group. Thank you.
Councillor Last, you seconded the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to echo all the comments, really. You know, Anna's been inspirational to me and I'm sure to many officers within the council, and I just want to recognise that. Martin is that safe captain that will steer the ship to port in the interim period, and no better person to take on that interim role. So thank you very much, and thank you.
Councillor Arnold, could I invite you to respond to the debate on the proposal?
You may, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for sentiments echoed around the place this evening. I'll come back just very quickly on Councillor McCord's points, which are very valid indeed about the budgetary challenges we face and a need for a focus on that. And I am able to inform members this evening that Martin will be ably supported by Stuart Timmis, our Exec Director for Place, to help with some of the challenges ahead so Martin's bandwidth can be staying focused on budgets in these challenging times. So I'm pleased to have 2 Executive Directors willing to act up for our council and our delivery for our people. So that's all from me on this item. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. All right, this takes us to the vote. For, against, abstention, and after the vote, I will announce the result. Have we carried? Yep. The vote has carried. Item 10, council tax reduction and schemes. Before we go any further, I'll take 5 people speaking on this after Councillor Slope and Councillor Clive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to bring forward this report on the local council tax reduction scheme for 2026-27. By law, the scheme must be agreed each year by January, and it provides essential support to residents on low incomes. For pension-age households, the scheme is prescribed nationally and can provide up to 100% support. Our role is to set the scheme for working-age claimants. Last November, Council agreed a scheme requiring a minimum of 20% contribution from working-age households with minor regularity changes and an exceptional hardship fund to support those in greatest difficulty. This has been successfully delivered with nearly 10,000 residents currently benefiting. Collecting rates remain strong, higher than both the national and unitary averages, showing that this balanced approach is working. It supports those who need it most, while ensuring the council continues to collect the income required to deliver the services. The proposal before us is straightforward: to keep the scheme unchanged for 26-27. This gives certainty for residents, avoids the cost of consultation, and ensures fairness across our communities. The hardship fund remains in place as a safety net for those who face exceptional challenges. Colleagues, this is fair, pragmatic and financially responsible recommendation. I therefore commend the report to Council and ask for your support in agreeing the continuation of the local council tax reduction scheme for 26-27. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you. I suggest you put that phone away or turn it off, otherwise I fine you. All right?
Not you, not you.
Okay, Councillor Clive. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to second the proposal and reserve my right to speak at the end.
Okay, thank you. I have one person at this moment who would like to speak, and it starts, please, with Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sure Councillor Slope may have an inkling of what I'm going to say to him, as what I brought to him at Cabinet last week. I understand that I brought that too late for this year's deliberations on council tax, but I would like you to bear that in mind for the future. The support that I requested for foster carers to enable us to increase the amount of in-house foster carers that we have in our council, which would actually go towards your whole ethos of saving money in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. Labour Group supported this at Cabinet, and we continue to support it. Important measure for our local people, and commend it to the Council.
I thank you. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to support the council tax reduction scheme. We do have to get that careful balance between making sure that everybody pays something, but everybody does pay. And I'm not quite so happy about saying that the collection rate at 96.3% is a good number. Some of the former districts did much better than that, and we should be getting a higher amount than that. Roughly 1% loss of collection is about £2.5 million. So that 4% is the thick end of 10 million quid that we're leaving out there. that we should try to bring in. And I would ask the administration to think about things like an evening team to badger people when they're at home or something like that, which did drive high collection rates before in other authorities. Because even if you invested £100,000 in that, you'll easily get it back. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor McCord. And so we return. Councillor Clive, you reserve the right to speak. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I read the report, I must confess that I was concerned by the cost of administering this scheme, 20.4 million in lost revenue at a time when the Council is facing material deficits in the years ahead. However, I am also aware as an accountant that simply tweaking numbers on a spreadsheet does not necessarily result in the intended or apparent outcomes. It's a little too simplistic. This is something I would dearly like our current Chancellor to recognise. Instead, our residents are faced with inflation that is set to rise again before it falls, are facing sky-high fuel bills, prices at the supermarkets that compound misery for many week after week. Therefore, I think it's appropriate to provide, where we can, as much stability as possible as a council to those who find themselves in this most vulnerable of positions. Our officers must ensure that this scheme is administered effectively, providing support only to those who are most in need and where they meet the necessary criteria. And I am confident that they will continue to do this. It's only through rigorously applying eligibility standards that we can ensure that the funds that we do have or can forego maximise the benefit for those most in need. Therefore, whilst noting some of my own personal reservations, I do wish to support the agenda item. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Slope, would you respond to the debate, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I certainly noted Councillor Baker's views on the foster carers, and she certainly has a point. It was too late for me to give further consideration before we enacted this, but it's something I'd like to speak with her further on, along with other colleagues. Likewise, Councillor McCord, he's got some points. We need to sharpen up the collection. It's not bad. It is pretty good. Nationally, we're showing above average, but we could do better. And likewise, I'll be happy to work with Councillor McCord in delivering that. But other than that, I'd recommend this report to Council. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Slope. Let's proceed to the vote. The vote has carried. Item 11. Revenue Monitoring Provisional Outturn 24-25. I invite once again Councillor Slope to introduce the report and move the proposal. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The purpose of this report is straightforward. Following Cabinet's review of the Council's 2024-25 Provisional Revenue and Capital Outturn, in June, there are several recommendations that now require approval of full Council. In particular, this report seeks Council's agreement to do two things, and I'll explain them because they are a little bit complex. We need to approve amendments of £8 million of the General Fund Capital Programme to reflect capitalisation adjustments. What does that mean? So, to put simply, capitalisation means moving certain costs out of the day-to-day revenue budget and treating them as capital instead. This is allowed where the spending relates to assets or transformation activity that has a lasting benefit. By doing this, we protect our limited revenue reserves, the money we use funds ongoing services, and instead fund those eligible costs in the capital programme, which is financed over a longer period. The second part is to approve additions to the 2024-25 flexible use of capital receipts strategy. Again, I'll explain. Capital receipts is the money the council receives when it sells assets such as land or buildings. Normally, these can only be used to fund new capital projects. However, under the government's flexible use of capital receipts rules, councils are allowed to use this money to pay for specific transformation costs, such as restructuring, redundancy, or projects that will deliver long-term savings. This allows us to invest in change now so that we can reduce costs and deliver efficiencies in the future. These measures ensure compliance with our Constitution, financial regulations and national rules. More importantly, they help us protect reserves, manage our finances responsibly and fund the transformation that delivers ongoing savings. Madam Chairman, I recommend this report to Council. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Clive, you are to second the proposal.
Madam Chair, I would like to second the proposal and I reserve my right to speak at the end.
Okay, I look for members of the Council who wish to comment on this item. I start with Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. £9.6 million overspend. This is the highest ever level of overspend at this point since WNC's inception. In fact, it's more than double last year's overspend at this point. I have to point out yet again, Councillor Slope, that you've used that £11 million contingency that you bemoaned the previous administration for using to balance their books last year. And in fact, we're doing the same for capitalisation on the same issue here, which you also had an issue with last year. So there are some concerning numbers here. We know that there are some pressures. And in fact, you have raised the point about the budget gap for next year. That's also not a new pattern. In fact, in 23-24, there was a budget gap predicted at that point of £43 million, so it was still a pretty high budget gap. The point I want to make, picking up on Councillor Clive's point, residents are facing rising costs. It's still difficult out there. It's very hard for them. And I know that you are probably building up to gently telling residents that they're going to face yet another year of maxed out council tax at 4.99%. The other point I'd like to briefly make, there's much work going on, I know, through Star Chambers, actively managed and chaired through Martin in his role as Finance Director, Section 151. We were promised in this lovely BBC report I've just found back in June about Doge and all these amazing star people that are going to come in and find pots of money. Can you confirm that at the moment there's no activity going on that front at all and there's nobody technically working on this from outside the council? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Jonathan, this is the last year's budget that we're talking about. When we declared a balanced budget, but I do say that members need to look closely and see what the balanced budget is actually masking. John has explained capitalisation. I'll explain it as well. It's taking money out of your left-hand pocket and putting it in your right-hand pocket and saying I've balanced it. Adult social care overspend is 8.3 million. Children's care is 10.1 million overspent. And remember, that's just our share. They're actually 18.6 million overspent as an organisation. And the latest figures in this financial year, we're predicting another 10 million overspend. Remember, we've practically doubled the budget for children's since its inception 5 years ago and given another 90 million on top. And that really does need to end. That's where our money's going. And we're now in a cycle of setting a budget, coming up 10 million short, hand out, pay up and raid every other service in order to pay for it. And for those that say, why are the roads not up to shape? There's your answer. To fix potholes, fix care. In the next few weeks, the contract price for the children's NCT will be negotiated, and that figure will be agreed, and the Department of Education will sit in those talks. I'm not sure what the role is, but here's my suggestion. Whatever figure we agree with NCT, this council agrees to pay it. But if we end up 10 million short, we send the bill to the Department of Education. It's the only way we're going to get any financial discipline. And I notice that the narrative states that they're overspent on the staffing budget. Now that's interesting, because it's the date they've always said we can control the things we can control. It's the things we can't control that give us a problem. So I really think the figures are now suggesting otherwise. And on Doge, can I just suggest that don't bother looking within the council, but look between councils. How much is WNC paying compared to
Councillor
others?
McCall, will you
Why
finish,
is the
please?
sector being fleeced for vested interests and other? Look across those, because all your councils are upper tier and all will have care and all will have those costs. That would be my advice. Thank you, Chairman.
I thank you, Councillor McCord. I have 2 speakers left, Councillor Lister and Councillor Holland-de-la-Mare. Councillor Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Our council faces a very fragile financial position that goes beyond the headlined overspend figures, one that has been compounded by an administration that has failed to act quickly enough. With contingency reserves fully deployed and a one-off financial measures masking deeper structural gaps, the path to fiscal stability is increasingly narrow. Additionally, the Council's need to bring borrowing forward increases exposure to interest rate risks and reduces flexibility for future capital investment, putting our financial sustainability further at risk. This precarious state cannot be ignored. It requires urgent, accountable action supported by clear transparency to restore public's confidence. So with a funding gap of at least £15 million already and ongoing pressures mounting, how exactly do you plan to restore the financial discipline and deliver sustainable services without further depleting reserves or increasing borrowing? And can you provide a credible timetable the Council and the public can trust? Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Holland-de-la-Mare.
So I recognise this is under the last administration, and unfortunately for you, the capitalisation directive that was laid out by the last government to bail out the previous funding authorities is now being used up. So your toolkit is reduced, and you've got the long predicted difficulties that have already been explained by colleagues. We already know how the budget pressures are quite stark. It's interesting how much of our transformation budget has gone on redundancy costs. Once you squeeze out the staff, as you're discovering an audit in all sorts of places, who's going to deliver the service? So we've had that vacancy rate for a while. That's how we've saved money. You've got to deliver a service, and you've got reducing staff. And those staff, those professions are expensive because they're in short supply when you're in competition. So it is what it is. Malcolm did a very good job at balancing the budget with all those little sleights of hand. But now we'll see what happens in the years ahead. The long predicted difficulties are here.
In the interest of time, we must move on. Councillor Clive, you reserve the right to reply.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. In speaking on this item, I wish to personally thank the tireless work of officers in managing to balance the budget and deliver during times of unprecedented demand for statutory services, which place incredible strains on our limited budget. I appreciate that in making tough decisions which seek to preserve non-discretionary services, there has needed to be compromise on those services which are discretionary, and I'm keenly aware, now perhaps more than ever, of the strength of opinion that this engenders. Whilst I respect the work that has now been done to date, it has become clear from committees I sit on that there is more to go after, more efficiencies and more opportunities to be more exacting in application of eligibility criteria and so on. And there will be direction from our new Cabinet in terms of priorities and choices. I'm confident that those who have worked nothing short of miracles in 2024-25 are only just getting started. We've talked about capitalisation. It's important to note and support the capitalisation of assets wherever possible. Removing these items from annual expenditure isn't some sort of sin in the year, and placing them on the balance sheet allows those assets to depreciate in line with their future use and therefore impact proportionately those years in which the Council continues to derive a benefit from them. We should support our officers in identifying and transferring these costs wherever it is feasibly possible in line with appropriate accounting practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clive. Councillor Slope, you reserve the right to respond to the debate on the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I actually made the proposal, but...
you did, you're quite right.
I take your point. In the limited context of this particular paper, there's certain items that I won't be touching upon because they'll be coming up at another time, so we're looking at these in particular. But with reference to the Conservatives, well, we inherited this financial situation from them, and just because the Conservatives know how to get us into a financial mess doesn't necessarily mean they're equipped to help us get out of it. That's something that we need to face, that challenge. But again, that doesn't really give word to this paper, which it's on two fundamental items which we covered. In fact, Councillor McCord did have a point. We do need to spend further work on these items. I'm sure we would love to be able to project and have monies to say, yes, oh, yeah, we've got this extra bit of money to cover these, but we currently don't. We're in currently a financial difficult situation, which I will cover in other items. But for now, I'll just recommend this paper to Council. Thank you.
Councillor Slope, I thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, we proceed to the vote. The vote has passed. Item 12, approval of agency spend, 100,000. Okay, I invite Councillor Last to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. West Northamptonshire Council is currently undertaking the recommissioning of its drug and alcohol misuse services, a vital initiative aimed at enhancing support for individuals affected by substance misuse. The service supports approximately 1,800 adults and 100 children and young people at any one time, and trains over 300 professionals annually to better equip them in addressing substance misuse challenges. Due to the departure of the previous commissioner 6 months prior to the tender process, there was an urgent need to secure specialist commissioning expertise to ensure continuity and compliance in service delivery. An interim appointment was made to fill this gap swiftly and effectively. The role of the Drug and Alcohol Commissioner is highly specialist, requiring deep knowledge of evidence-based interventions, treatment pathways, and national policy frameworks, alongside strategic commissioning skills. The interim professional is responsible for the overseeing of the design, procurement, and implementation of the new service model, with the programme expected to run until March 2026. The day rate for this interim role is in line with market averages for the level of specialist experience required. Given the scope and duration of the engagement, the total remuneration is expected to exceed £100,000, triggering the need for full council approval in accordance with the council's pay policy statement and the Localism Act of 2011.
Councillor Last, could you finish, please?
One sentence, thank you, Deputy Chair. The position is fully funded through ring-fence public health grants with no additional burden on core council budgets. A permanent commissioning manager post will be considered once the new service is operational. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Slope to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to second this report, and I reserve the right to speak later in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite members of the council who wish to comment on this item. I have 2 speakers so far, 3, 4, and then I'll call it a day. Thank you. All right, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point from me on a technicality. In the documents, the papers that I've got, which were downloaded from the Council's internet, in 1.21 and 3.1, there's a numerical error. It should, I presume, be £100,000 consistently. That isn't the case. There's a 0 missing in both of those sections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. Don't doubt the importance and vital importance of this role and the importance of getting our new services properly commissioned. But I feel former Councillor Emma Roberts' presence on my shoulder or in my ear saying, should we really be using agency staff in these situations? It's an awful lot of money. Why can't we get substantive posts appointed within the organisation rather than using agency staff.
I thank you, Councillor Purser. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And following on from Bob, this is your opportunity now. We have plenty of people saying we are going to root out waste. Many of you might know I don't drink alcohol, but I think I might start. If a drug and alcohol commissioner, that sounds like a fancy barman to me. But why are we paying somebody more than £100,000? I would think that most people out there in the street would think, why the hell are the council paying somebody more than £100,000 to come up with whatever it is they're going to come up with, some document that nobody's ever going to read, that nobody's going to really care about, delivering the recommissioning of our drug and alcohol misuse services. I'm sorry, this is your test. If you're really going to push this through, please don't try and convince me that you're actually going to root out waste in local government.
I thank you, Councillor McCord. Councillor Daniel Lister.
Thank you,
You will be our last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm sure we all remember just after the election when Reform UK nationally promised to end the use of costly consultants. Reform UK told voters that council spending £2.1 billion on agency workers was a scandal. They promised to end the culture of £100,000 interim appointments. The very same councillors who campaigned against agency spending are now waving through these exact same arrangements. £1,000 plus package for an interim worker, no problem. Previously would have been Exhibit A in their case against council waste. They've gone from agency spending is destroying local government to, well, we need this particular one. Fast thing you could say U-turn. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Lister. I invite Councillor Slope, who reserved his right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It will be noted that our overall agency costs have fallen and they continue to fall. This is a very important post. It's essential that we get our drug and alcohol misuse services right. These services save lives, support families and reduce crime, and commission them properly is a statutory duty under the Health and Social Care Act. The role we are approving today is highly specialist. It requires deep expertise in public health, commissioning and multi-agency working across health, justice, housing and social care. We simply don't have the skill set within our permanent establishment at present, and without it, recommissioning programme could not be delivered safely or effectively. Chair, this decision is about expertise, compliance and protecting some of the most vulnerable residents in West Northamptonshire, and I commend the report to Council. Thank you.
I thank you. And finally, I ask Councillor Last to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to echo Councillor Slope's comments on the specialism of these roles. We don't want to wait for a full-time appointment. We need to get these services up and running as soon as possible. And I think, for a short-term, solution, it's basically, we're bound by a supply and demand issue right now. It is a very specialised role, and we need people with the ultimate experience to get these services right from the beginning, so we don't have to implement rework in the future.
I thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We will proceed to the vote. The vote has carried. Item 13, updates to the Constitution. I invite Councillor Hayes to introduce the report and move to proposal. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As the Chair of the Governance and Standards Committee, I, along with all committee members, enjoy helping to either maintain or raise standards and improving processes. I'm therefore delighted to see, as requested by the committee, the Nolan 7 Principles of Public Life on the reverse of all of our name tags. It is in the slim hope that we commit them to memory to help us live by them. I wanted to say that I'm also very happy to be reminded to be respectful to each other. We are people first, as has already been said this evening, and whilst we can enjoy the pageantry of party jousting, we must do so under the utmost respect for one another. And so, to our Liberal Democrat members, this does not include being called a racist. I'm sure I speak for all my colleagues, many of whom, like myself, are armed forces veterans who, 100%, did not care one iota what the colour of skin was of the person next to them while trying to keep each other safe. I did not plan on saying this today, but that cannot be allowed, not today, not ever.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes.
Still going.
Do you wish to continue?
Yes, please. I'm pleased to see this report come to full council today, as members will be aware the council's constitution sets out how the council operates, how decisions are made and how procedures are followed. This report recommends that the council notes and approves the recommendations relating to the updates to the constitution as set out in section 5. Given I have limited time, I'm hopeful that all members have read the report, as today I would like to highlight what I think most people would agree is the most significant and relates directly to our meetings. It's para 5.1.9 and it relates to the use of the queuing system. Members will be aware that since June 2025, the audio system of the Great Hall has been included, an automated queuing facility to manage debates. While this has been mostly technically successful, feedback from many colleagues has highlighted that it can encourage spontaneous interventions and make it harder to manage time and ensure fair representation across groups. In consultation with group leaders, there is support for a clearer, more predictable process. What we are proposing today is to return to a registration to speak system administered by Democratic Services for all meetings in the Great Hall. Under this arrangement, members wishing to speak on an agenda item will register their intention in advance with Democratic Services. The chairman will then call speakers in that order. This will restore orderly, transparent and well-managed debate, ensuring officers, members alike can prepare properly and allowing the public to see who will be contributing on each issue. Importantly, the proposal retains a safeguard. The chairman will have discretion to call unregistered speakers in exceptional circumstances to ensure fairness and procedural compliance, at which point we can exploit the technology of the automated queuing facility. This is not about limiting debate, it is about improving the quality of debate, allowing all groups to participate in a structured and respectful way. It allows time for preparation and therefore a more considered Q&A session, and most importantly, avoiding the free-for-all that we sometimes see when systems are mixed.
I thank you, Councillor Hayes. Councillor Gallieva, you were to second the proposal.
Okay, thank
Councillor Gallieva.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I second the proposal and I reserve the right
Hold on
to
one
speak.
second. 1 second, Councillor Gallieva. Ian McCord, point of order. I can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. What has just been described is not what's in the report and was not what was agreed at Democracy and Standards. It's the exact opposite of what was agreed, that there would not be a need to register to speak because the queuing system does not permit the need to register to speak. So if this is not what's in the report. And if Councillor Hayes is proposing something different, that's wholly out of order.
You are correct. I'm going to consult with the monitoring officer. Would you hold on, please?
Thank you. I have just checked the report. Councillor McCord, you are correct. Actually, what is referenced in the report is actually removing the requirement for members to register in that way and actually to simply use the queuing system. So I would perhaps invite Councillor Hayes to consider if his interpretation of that report actually reflects what his speech has just presented, before we hear the seconder.
So the Chair of Democracy and Standards doesn't actually understand either Democracy Standards or the Constitution, and he's the custodian of it.
What do you want us to do? Get back to Councillor Hayes to see whether or not he's going to clarify this.
Councillor Hayes, could you please clarify what you have just said?
My understanding... Madam Chair. Sorry? I would like to withdraw.
You would like to withdraw your comment?
Yes, please.
Well, you want to go from here.
And I agree with the report.
We can't second something that's withdrawn.
Right, members, can I just be clear? I think we need to be very clear now at this point on exactly what the recommendation is that obviously we are taking forward. So, can I just clarify, Councillor Hayes, is the recommendation that you are proposing that which is set out within the report?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We can move to the seconder. Thank you.
All right, so as in the report, not what you represented 2 minutes ago. Therefore, can I go to Councillor Gallieva to second that proposal?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I do second that proposal. Thank you.
Do you reserve your right to speak?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? I have Councillor Harris, his name before me.
Yes, just 2 points really for clarification. Councillor Hayes referred to governance and standards, it's democracy and standards. I think it's important that we're clear about which committee we're talking about. And to clarify, we are using the queuing system as we have been doing for some time, and there is no need to pre-register. That's my understanding, and I hope that's every other member's understanding. I would also just finally say, Councillor Hayes, I suggest you go back and look at tonight's council meeting. You have not been called a racist. None of you have been called racist. Go back, have a look at the tape, and I think you'll find you're getting overexcited about something that you didn't hear.
I thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Yep, thank you, Chair. I just was going to welcome the fact that the Chair has now corrected his error. I attended the Democracy and Standards meeting and I got a completely different outcome to what we were initially being told. I'm glad we've now corrected it and we've now got the confirmation that the report in front of us is accurate and we are maintaining the system that we're using tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I particularly also want to draw members' attention to paragraph 5.1.13, the amendment around planning. I raised this at Democracy and Standards, and it doesn't actually address the real problem, as we have a dysfunctional second-rate excuse for a planning department. But this amendment makes clear that the members can call an adjournment, which I hope will prevent any more secret decisions that were similar to the one that was taken concerning a proposal in my ward around Christmas time past. Now, at the Strategic Planning Committee this week, we had accusations that officers misled the committee, that officers removed reasons for refusal that members wanted. Other alleged members were predetermined by reading from a script, and I hope that all these matters will be properly investigated, and I'm not making any comment on those accusations. But in any other environment, if you turn up prepared, researched, knowledgeable and coherent, that's praiseworthy. In the wacky world of planning, it's denigrated. We need to have balanced reports that show reasons for support and reasons to refuse any application. And a preference may be indicated that officers recommend one over the other, but members must be given proper tools to do their job. And a planning report can take months, even years to write, and if members are unhappy, they have seconds to come up with reasons to oppose what they've just heard, and then have to battle hostility as to why they really should do what officers want. And we really must change that. But tonight, this actually, in my view, strengthens the grip on the Planning Committee along the lines of saying you must do as we tell you. And I really don't think that's a step forward. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you. I wish now to return to Councillor Galliera, who said you would like to reserve the right to speak. No?
I said no.
All right, thank you very much indeed. Therefore, Councillor Hayes to introduce the report and move to the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to the proposal.
Okay, before we vote, I'm going to ask the monitoring officer to confirm what we're voting on.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to be clear then, so you are voting on the recommendations as set out within the report, and that is to note and approve the recommendations relating to updates to the Constitution as set out in Section 5, and note that these changes will come into effect after the conclusion of this meeting. Thank you, members.
Thank you. I proceed to the vote. Is the vote carried? All right, the vote has carried. Yes, Councillor Lister.
Madam Chairman, I propose under Procedural Rule 15.1 C that item 17 has precedence over the next 3 items on the agenda.
Yes, okay, I hear that. Councillor Arnold, how do you feel? Can you give me of your opinion?
Just looking how well we've done for time, Madam Chairman, actually.
We're very, very tight.
We're doing quite well. There's a couple of things, if Councillor Lister would maybe go through 14 and 15.
All right,
I understand the need for the closed session on certain items. Councillor Lister?
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Has that proposal been seconded?
Hold on.
Members, apologies. Let me just intervene there. So in relation to Councillor Lister's proposal, we do require a seconder for that proposal. So can I please ask, do we have a seconder to the proposal to change the order of precedence?
I second that.
Sorry. Who was that? Smith. David Smith. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Yep.
Thank you.
One moment, members. We'll just set the voting system.
So we vote on it. Without debate?
No, no debate. Yeah, members can vote. I'll let you say.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Councillor Lister proposed, David Smith, Councillor David Smith seconded. We do not need a debate, so we would move immediately to 17.
No, we need to vote.
No, you need to vote, though, before we can. Oh, shit. Excuse me. Right.
Madam Chairman, just probably not a point of order, but can I just clarify, we're voting to skip 14, 15 and move straight to 17. So pressing yes would agree with that?
Yes.
That's correct. So pressing yes.
And then we
revert, well, basically move them back into the agenda. So it's bringing the other items forward, so they'll take precedence.
Okay.
Which is what the Constitution provides for.
Thank you very much for clarifying, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. So we have voted to do exactly that, and therefore we go now to the motion.
Yeah, so that's carried.
So that is, that's right. We now vote to carry the motion and move to item 17. Okay, that means that motion 1, proposed by Councillor Baker in regards to mobile devices in school. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for your patience on this very challenging evening. Bringing this motion together, I have spoken to parents, schools and young people and other councils across the country. The motion is to ban smartphones in schools is a very important step to ensuring our children have a good experience in education. We are all aware of the rise in anxiety of children and young people, well, certainly those who work in children's services are, and the lists are growing for mental health support and the safety of those young people. There is some DfE guidance on this, but it's only guidance, so people feel they don't need to worry about it. Having a smartphone in your pocket becomes a type of addiction. I'm aware of this, and I'm sure all of those in the chamber are. And it compels users to look every time there is a ping, which is distracting and lowers concentration in lessons. This is a minor part of the harm. It also enables bullying messages and videos to be passed around classrooms. Exposure to inappropriate content, also harming their mental health and safety, impacting cognitive skills and sleep. Other harmful effects are also reduced social interaction, vulnerability to online exploitation, and a lack of physical activity during school breaks. There is evidence that this leads to self-harming and, in some rare cases, suicide. There's a huge rise in the mental health concerns of our young people. We must do everything we can to support our young people, and I believe this is a very good start. I've spoken to schools in other areas who have put this in place, and they are seeing better concentration, less visits to the toilets during lessons, and good interaction in breaks. As one teacher said to me, much more chatter at playtime. I spoke to the Youth Council that we visited last night, Councillor Shaw and myself, and after some discussion, they were in favour. I strongly believe West Northants Council should work with our schools to bring this action to pass. Many other authorities up and down the country are supporting schools to put these measures in place. These moves are being supported by the Shadow Minister for Education. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Pinder Jahan, you are to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to second this motion, not only as a councillor, but as a mother. I would like to thank Councillor Baker for her work in this area that she started when she was in her lead member role for Children's and for continuing with it now. Children are quite frankly handed over a mobile phone from a very young age, and those of us with responsibility for policy setting must safeguard our young people, because the evidence is clear that mobile phones in schools are having a detrimental impact on our young people's education, mental health, and social development. Research shows that 2/3 of 15-year-olds report being distracted by digital devices. A study by the London School of Economics found that banning phones in schools improved test scores by over 6 percentage points, equivalent to an extra week of learning per year. The most significant gains were seen amongst low-achieving and disadvantaged students, suggesting that a ban could help close that attainment gap. But this is not just about their academic achievements. Mobile phones are increasingly linked to bullying, harassment, and anxiety. The ONS reports that 1 in 5 children have experienced online bullying, with most incidents occurring during school hours. The algorithms used by social media platforms are designed to be addictive, drawing children into them increasingly. And with AI taking more precedent in young people's lives, the difference between what is real and what is not will become increasingly blurred. This motion is to give a chance to our young people, to give them the space to focus, to breathe, and to grow without distraction. I'm pleased to second this report. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you, Councillor Chauhan. Just to let you know, we have received an amendment. The Chairman, I ask David Tahan to move that amendment. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst we agree with the overriding concept of helping schools make an informed decision on their device policy, we believe the direction of the proposal motion needs adjusting to provide a fair and informed approach to the guidance, whilst taking into account all aspects of safeguarding the children, both in school and out of school. Firstly, the original motion assumed that schools cannot implement option 4, phones kept on site and unused, effectively. I know at my eldest child's secondary school, they are using this option well. They both encourage the out-of-sight policy extremely well, whilst teaching the children appropriate, responsible use of their technology. To advise and try and force schools to jump straight to the most extreme policy option without asking the schools how they currently manage their device policy and the challenges they may or may not have could undermine good work already being done in some schools. My second point relates to the mention of banning phone use for travel and encouraging a policy that would only allow non-smart devices such as brick phones or no phone at all. As a parent of a 12-year-old girl with SEND needs, with the need to walk to and from school each day, I would be very unhappy personally at the thought of her walking to school with no method of her contacting me in the case of emergency, or having the option of using tracking features available on smartphones to be able to make sure she arrives and returns home safely. For young people, a mobile phone is the first line of defence against being approached by strangers, bullying and other threats, and should be considered as an important safeguarding measure also. So the amendments we have proposed are the removal of any point that quotes evidence or examples with no data source or backup to those claims. After the list of safeguarding risks of smart devices, the additional point of mobile phones aiding in the safeguarding of children's personal safety whilst travelling to and from school. The removal of the encouragement of the no smartphones in schools model in developed guidance to allow for a balanced argument for all methods. And the reordering of the steps in the resolution to allow a consultation before the writing of the guidance, which will allow the Council to collect feedback and evidence from schools, teachers, parents and children before creating the guidance. This will allow the Council to take into account the results of the consultation to help shape a more informed and balanced guidance based on real local examples. Madam Chairman, I move my amendment.
I thank you. Councillor Stewart Tolley to second the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to express my support for this amendment and echo the sentiments of Councillor Tarbon, who, like many here, is a parent, someone who has to engage with the issue of mobile phone use by his children on a daily basis. Much of what is in the Conservative proposal is very good, and few in this chamber and any reasonable person could object to. Our point is to recommend some important tweaks that my colleague has already articulated. I come at this issue as someone who has worked in the education sector for several years. I visit schools on a daily basis and chat regularly with teachers and staff at schools and colleges up and down Northamptonshire. Many have said to me that they prefer the kept on site and unused approach, and that on the whole, with the right enforcement, this is successful. This then allows for a staggered use of devices, with more responsibility given to older students, who, after all, are preparing for a time when they will have full access to phones as adults. As George Bernard Shaw said, liberty means responsibility. That is why most men dread it. And many will have to adapt to the trade-offs that this extra responsibility brings. As most schools are academies, they will naturally stick with the policy that is currently working for them. I believe that if we wish to encourage schools to change or adapt their policies, the best approach will be through a task and finish group in the Children, Education and Housing Committee. This is the evidence and consultation first approach that Councillor Tarbon has put so succinctly, and a strategy that will bring educational institutions with us. This is something that I'm aware is already up for consideration within the committee. So with this in mind, I would encourage all councillors to vote for our amendment, giving a balanced and considered approach to an often contentious issue, bringing all parties and stakeholders with us.
I thank you, Councillor Tolley. Councillor Baker, do you accept or refuse this amendment?
Refuse, Chairman.
I thank you.
So we now need to vote on whether or not it is.
Hold on, there's a debate going up here, please.
Yes, she does. Councillor Baker has a right of reply at this point.
Councillor Baker, apparently you have a right of reply. 2 minutes.
I'm always a very polite person, Chairman, but I do have to say on this occasion that maybe some of these things could have been implemented if either of the gentlemen had bothered to come and speak to me about it before the meeting, or at the meeting, or at all. But I do have to say that I have masses of data, if data is what they're looking for. There is a consultation mentioned in the report, and we would not be able to do anything without consulting. But I promise you, I have rung up many, many schools in our area who I know, as you will realise from my role in lead member for children's in a very not distant past. They know me, they understand what I'm saying, and most of them were supportive. I don't believe this will be the problem that they are intimating it will be. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Baker. A very succinct reply, if I might add. So what do we do now?
We're going to the vote now, aren't we?
What about David Tarbon?
Vote on the amendment. Yeah, David Tarbon gets the right of reply.
So he gets his right of reply, and then we vote on the amendment.
Okay, therefore, David Tarbon, you have the right to reply, and then we will vote on the amendment.
Thank you. In the motion, maybe I'm confused by it, but the order of the motion was for you to recommend option 1 and then consult, which seemed counterintuitive to me. That's why the amendment has taken place, among other things. My only other comment on top of that, of what's already been said, would be to encourage my fellow councillors to agree with us that an evidence and experience-based approach to guidance is the best way forward, taking into account safeguarding within and travelling to school. Schools, teachers, parents and students need input into such guidance. While some of us may have strong opinions on the matter, we are not experts. In its current form without the amendment, I think this motion has the potential to do more harm than good. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Tarbon. All right. We are now going to vote on the amendment. Do I have your vote, please? The amendment has not carried. Therefore, I return now to the substantive motion, and I ask if we have any speakers. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I voted in favour of the amendment, but in seconding it, Stuart said no reasonable person could vote against the substantive.
Sorry, Councillor McCord, we can't hear you.
Well, that's a first.
That's a first, you're quite right.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, Madam Chairman.
Loud and clear now.
In seconding his amendment, Councillor Tully suggested that no reasonable person could vote against it. Well, maybe he doesn't think I'm reasonable, but I'm going to vote against it. Although I did support his amendment. Fiona started this debate by saying we want to ban mobile phones in school. That's not something this council can do. So in that respect, this is out of order if that's what you want to do, and that was supported by the seconder. I also just do not understand why we voted to spray political graffiti as more important than actually doing the business of the council. But that's a different matter. Fiona then also said that, well, there is guidance from DFE, but it's only guidance. But this motion says we want to work up guidance. So if guidance isn't worth the paper it's printed on, why are we working up more guidance? All we're going to do is give schools something which will have the legal status of a copy of the Beano. It doesn't make any sense to me to actually use resources to develop something which doesn't need to be done, leave schools alone, leave schools to produce their own policy, leave parents to parent. And can I also say, if anybody votes for this motion who's ever given a young person a mobile phone, then you're a hypocrite. Thank you, Chairman.
I thank you, Councillor McCord. I've got 4 people to speak on this, and then I will call for the vote. Okay, Councillor Catherine Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to start by thanking Councillor Baker for bringing this motion forward, and I very much welcome it. It's a bold ask, and I do respect any motion that puts the well-being of our children front and centre. Let me be clear from the outset, I agree. Phones in schools are causing problems, from distraction to bullying to mental health deterioration. We're seeing the impact not just in learning, but in emotional regulation, attention, social connection, and even sleep. But what I also want to say is this. It's not about whether phones should be restricted, it's about how. What we have to ask is, what is the ripple effects of an outright ban? How do we support children who rely on their phones for emotional security, contact with parents, or even managing anxiety? How do we prevent discipline policies from disproportionately targeting already vulnerable pupils, especially those with SEND, care experience, or trauma histories? I'm not here to block progress. I'm here to make sure that our solutions don't create new problems. This motion, while powerful, opens the door to a much-needed system-wide conversation about digital literacy and boundaries, about empowering schools to build safe, structured policies that work for their communities, about giving pupils the tools to manage technology responsibly, not just stripping it away. And here's a reality we must face. The vast majority of our schools are academies. They are under local authority, they are not under local authority control, and that limits our ability to mandate any uniform approach. We can provide guidance, consultation and leadership, but we cannot enforce policy across trusts. So while this motion sets a strong tone, the implementation...
Councillor Shaw, can you finish, please?
Absolutely. The implementation will rely heavily on partnerships, persuasion and trust level of cooperation. We need the input from teachers, from parents, from young people themselves. What I want to make sure that we do is commit doing this with the children and not just to them. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who has extensive experience in leadership of education and children's services, and having worked in 7 different local authorities, I completely agree that schools should have clear policies on the use of mobile phones and other devices during school hours and any school-led residential learning experiences for pupils. The majority of schools have such policies. However, the engagement of parents and pupils themselves in the development of these policies is variable. I think the parent who spoke so eloquently earlier set out some of the issues that are faced by parents and what happens with their children. There is extensive research findings that Councillor Chauhan referred to about the negative impact of the use of phones and issues around bullying of children and young people. The Council is in a leadership role of ensuring safeguarding and well-being of children and young people, and is well placed to strengthen and fully implement school policies through advice. It does not have a mandate to require schools to take forward particular policies and particular policy directions. We do need to recognise that schools which are part of multi-academy trusts have their own frameworks within which they operate. Over 60% of our pupils go to an academy, attend an academy school. So whilst the proposed motion refers to DFE guidance...
Councillor Aldridge, can you finish, please?
Yeah. DFE guidance, we need to look at national policy which makes a difference and requires schools to address this in a more robust way. The contradictions around which order things are in
Councillor
terms
Aldridge,
of
can you
consultation.
finish, please?
Yeah, I'll just finish now then. The amendment to the main motion made much more sense to me as it provided clarity, is balanced and covers what, as a council, we should be taking forward.
We are short of time. Will you please adhere to the 2 minutes? Councillor Furman, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I welcome the motion and I welcome a proper use of consultation. Smartphones, when used appropriately, can be a powerful educational tool. They provide access to learning apps, research resources and collaborative platforms that enhance student engagement and digital literacy, skills that are essential in today's world. A ban risks cutting these opportunities, especially in schools where other digital resources may be limited. We must consider the impact on students from disadvantaged backgrounds. For some, smartphones may be their only access to internet outside the schools. Removing phones from the school environment could inadvertently widen the digital divide and exclude students from learning opportunities that others take for granted. Schools should focus on teaching responsible use. This includes guidelines, responsible digital education, and consequences for misuse, empowering students to make informed decisions, foster maturity and accountability. I'll carry on there. Any decision should be based on robust evidence, not personal stories or reaction. We must consult educators, parents, students and experts to understand the real impact of smartphones. I'd like to remind the Chamber, please, of an incident in Northampton Secondary School where armed response to reports of masked individuals with knives both underscore the importance of rapid communication and student safety. In such moments, smartphones are not distractions, they are lifelines. In conclusion, why support the idea of reviewing smartphones use in schools? I urge that we approach this issue with nuance, evidence and a community of equity and safety. Let us not rush into a ban, but rather understand, educate and empower. Thank you. Is that okay?
I thank you. Councillor Adrian Little, this will be the last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank the Member of Public who spoke earlier and quite movingly about her own experiences with her daughter. Councillor Baker raised some excellent points. I think we all acknowledge her experience and value her knowledge when it comes to child safety. The potential for smartphones to cause harmful effects on students are well known and many. I was going to go through them, but I think we've gone through that enough now. So I just really want to say that schools should provide a safe space for children and young people where they have the chance to prosper emotionally and socially as well as academically. The Department of Education notes that phones have no place in classrooms. So with clear guidance, I hope this motion can be used to improve the health, well-being and outcomes for our youth and provide some much-needed support for teaching staff. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Little. Councillor Baker, this is your opportunity, please, to reply and respond to the debate.
Just conscious of time, Chairman.
Thank you.
At no time did I ever suggest that walking to school, home and back again, that they would be without their phones. And I'm sure that teachers have phones in their possession if an emergency happens in the class. And I don't wish to go into the hundreds of stories that I've been through from people. As we've said, we're not going to have stories, but I think there is a lot of evidence out there. I have a lot of it in my files that would actually validate this motion. Thank you.
I thank you very much indeed. We will now go to the vote. For, against, abstentions. Okay, fine. Thank you. The vote has carried. Motion 2, proposed by Keith Holland de la Mare, regeneration. I invite Keith de la Mare to move the motion. 5 minutes.
It's Keith Holland de la Mare, not just de la Mare, sorry. It's pet hate.
I thought I said Holland de la Mare. I do apologise.
Okay, so we've seen quite a lot of regeneration in our town, in Northampton, and what our proposal is to do is to expand the way in which we consult with the public. So a lot of the delivery for the regeneration is through Northampton Forward, which is a limited company, which has two options, to have a heritage forum and a community forum, and the community forum hasn't really been used. So our motion is basically to make sure that the voices of the people affected on the ground are listened to. We've seen in terms of regeneration in Spring Boroughs where you have housing developments and then problems with return of families who have connections to that area. And whilst we welcome that there is a focus on wider areas like Abington and Fitzville and Darlington Spencer and Kingsley and Semalong, we really know that basically there's a lot of work still to be done in the wider Northampton town centre area. So our amendments talk about redesigning, especially on the Kettering Road, which looks very tired, the Kettering Road, which is thriving but still needs work, especially by Abington Square, and St James's Sweden Road. So it's our proposal is to make sure that we consider these different areas as part of the wider regeneration. And about transparency. So that's all I've got at the moment.
Thank you, Keith Holland de la Mare. Okay, Councillor Enam Haq to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Chair. I'd like to second this motion, and I'd like to reserve my right to speak at the end.
Okay,
Thank you.
we do have an amendment on this motion, and I invite James Petter to move the amendment. 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, hello. I welcome the spirit of this motion because it highlights what many of us have already know, that Northampton is a fast-growing and regeneration is at the heart of the future. But let's be clear, the regeneration team, officers and partners are already delivering much of what is being said here, from Greyfriars to Market Square, from Mayerfeld Heritage Park, which, by the way, opens up on the 18th of October. Please do come along. And works of Abington Street. So we're not just drawing up our plans, we're putting the steel into the ground, as some would say, and making visible changes. Our community involvement, which can be built already on a strong constellation in place through forums. I myself carried out several Walk With Me sessions which I believe you came along to one of them when you were with me, which worked extremely well. Engagement with traders and involvement with local councillors. Residents are being heard and shaping the future of our town. On gateways, the town centre master plan addresses this exactly, and we are improving on first impressions and strengthening our business corridors across St James, Weedon Road, Kettering Road and Wellingborough Road. And I recognise that how important these are for local businesses arriving into Northampton. The Women's Rugby World Cup highlighted the importance of these gateways. On housing, planning policies ensure that a balanced mix that avoids displacement, while enhancing walking and cycling routes and supporting sustainable future for the community and faith-based groups. On the timetables, look no further than the pace of the Market Square, which is now coming on and we're developing very nicely. Greyfriars to see that the delivery is all underway. And of course, Marks and Spencer's is on its way from hitting the ground, should be on the 8th of October, that should be cleared. And crucially, regeneration is not confined to inner core. It reaches into Castle Abington, Dallington, Spencer, Kingsley and Semilong, ensuring that these communities benefit too. The River Nen, is being treated not as a boundary, but one of our Northampton greatest assets and spine of the green space and leisure and opportunity. So we're very much looking to bring that in. In short, these are not new asks. They are embedded into our regeneration framework. What our teams deserve today is a recognition for the professional, ambitious and relentless work they are doing, bringing investment, jobs, housing and culture back into Northampton. So while I think the proposer for drawing up the attention for these points, I want the Council to have confidence that the regeneration plan already meets these ambitions and that our team will deliver for the people in West Northamptonshire.
I thank you, Councillor Petter. Councillor Vincent Clive, you are to second this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologise. I would like to second this amendment, and I'd also like to indicate as well my broad support for the motion, as it's been stated too. Northampton has a rich and proud heritage. It has shaped and been shaped by geography, policy, war, and most importantly by the people that have called it home. It is only right that the people who call it home now are consulted and involved wherever practically possible so that they can feel a strengthened bond and connection with their communities and so that they feel better able to take ownership and stewardship of those communities. For many years, Northampton enjoyed the privilege of a big, beautiful wall, which not only protected our town, but which helped shape it in ways which are still evident in the street plans today. It's important that we recognise and celebrate in tangible ways that this is the case by ensuring that those key routes into our town centre, no longer demarked by imposing gates and gatehouses, are regarded as being inviting, clean, well-constructed thoroughfares that encourage a range of transport options. If you look through the historical record, you'll find that the residents of Northampton, on occasion, neglected their wall, taking it for granted. I hope that the history books will look kindly upon us as people who did our best with the resources that were available to us to steward the town with the support of its residents. Motions like this and the amendment, I feel, will stand us in good stead, and I am grateful to Councillor Holland-Delamere for his initial proposal, and I'm happy to support it in accordance with the proposed amendment.
I thank you. Councillor Holland-Delamere, do you accept or not accept the amendment?
We accept the amendments.
No, now we have come to the debate of the substantive motion as amended. Okay. Therefore, I've got three speakers on my computer. We start with Councillor Keeble.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I welcome the support which the administration is providing for this, and I completely recognise the points that Councillor Petter has made, and I have very much enjoyed watching his TikTok videos with him walking around Northampton. They have been excellent. However, I would pick a bone with him over one thing. I have a bone to pick with him over one thing, which is that there are some new proposals here. That's particularly about having structured involvement of the public, the local community, in the development proposals as they move, in the regeneration proposals as they move forward. Northampton Forward, which has had oversight, has been the delivery vehicle for much of the regeneration. It last met in December 2024. It was due to have a meeting in January 25. We haven't seen the proposals for that yet. So I'd be curious to know as to what's happening there. And as Councillor Holland-Delamere said, there are proposals for two subgroups, the heritage one and the community one hasn't been activated. It would be really good to see, in addition to the wonderful TikTok videos, some structured engagement of the local community into that structure, so it can be a continuing conversation moving forward. And we would certainly work with you to deliver that and make sure that Northampton benefits from the regeneration which it deserves, which is regeneration not done to the community, but with the community. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Keeble. I've got 4 people speaking, finishing with Ian McCord, and then that'll be it. Councillor Smith, Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to echo the points of Councillor Keeble. We are really pleased to see really positive regeneration of our town centre. As one of the councillors for Abington and Phipsville, I'm particularly pleased to see that coming into Abington and Phipsville, which for a really long time has hosted a lot of the nighttime economy without feeling very involved or acknowledged in the role that it plays and the positive impact it has on Abington and Phipsville and also some of the knock-ons. However, people I've spoken to, people who've come to our residents' meetings and spoken to us, are really concerned that they are able to have a voice in it. They felt that some of the consultation, as it initially happened, was quite rushed. They weren't very aware of it. They're really keen to be part of actually building it and having their voices heard. Abington Park, there's a lot going on in terms of what kind of facilities there are in terms of changing, and having changing places being truly equal, which means to not just recognise our differences, but understand how to support people, so ensuring that there are proper changing spaces available at the park, making better use of our museums so that it involves the community, but they're also really interested in the housing mix that's going to be there in the town centre. They feel they've seen a lot of housing development that benefits developers and landlords. They don't feel it creates housing that's needed for the people of Northampton or thinking properly about the balance of housing. They'd love to see a balance of housing that provided the kind of housing that's firstly appropriate to exist in the town centre and secondly
Councillor Smith, please finish.
Families. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully support the inclusion of the Kingsley and Semilong ward into the master planning to regenerate the town centre. Kingsley and Semilong has an amazing range of listed and architectural heritage buildings. And I think things like the shoe factory, the Roman Catholic Cathedral, and the wonderful racecourse areas. Recognition of and pride in the rich history and heritage of Northampton has to be central to the redesign and upgrading of particularly the gateways to the town centre, because currently in Kingsley and Semilong there are areas of neglect, lack of investment, and litter and antisocial behaviour. It is essential that those issues are addressed and the historical buildings particularly are retained and where needed repurposed. Working closely with local residents and businesses to identify issues that need to be addressed to regenerate and improve the area, it is clear that inward investment, creative use of commercial and community spaces, along with increased job opportunities, are central to improvements and regeneration. Local businesses and residents have identified 4 areas that need to be addressed as part of the process of regeneration. Establishment of local business associations where businesses collaborate to increase footfall and develop strategies to secure financial sustainability in the current economic climate. Addressing the visual environment and antisocial and criminal activity. Professional support and advice, as well as financial investment, and not allowing more HMOs, which causes overcrowded residential areas, creating negative perception, particularly in Semilong. I would be delighted to contribute to the much-needed transformation.
Councillor Harris, I invite you to speak.
Thank you, Chair. There's absolutely no doubt that we must work harder to engage with our hard-to-reach communities. I'm going to get my pitchfork out for a moment again, if I may. That includes our rural communities. Northampton is, at the end of the day, our county town still. So we must make sure that we include people from outside of the town in any of these types of consultation. At the end of the day, we need those people to come in and use the facilities in the town also. So I would go a step further, and I would be advocating that this council establishes a citizens' jury, something that is not a one-off, something that meets on as regular basis as needed, but is truly representative of the people of West Northamptonshire, not just those people in the town. We've talked a lot about inclusivity tonight. Let's make sure it's fully inclusive. If we want the town to thrive, we need to attract people into it and not just service those people that live and work in it. There's a lot of investment going into the town over a long period of time, and often people will talk about the cost of having such an assembly of people coming together. I think in the long run, it will be well worth the investment to make sure that we truly hear what people think. One final plea. Start with the bus station. Please sort it out. If you don't get people into the town through the bus station where there's not enough space, poor information displays, how can you expect people to come and get into the town through public transport? Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We as an administration secured hundreds of millions of pounds worth of inward investment into West Northants. We delivered investment for key sites, including the Greyfriars development, Waterside, Abington Street, Market Square, Castle Park. We purchased St James Bus Depot to prevent it being turned into open storage. We progressed the development of the former BHS and Marks and Spencer sites and regenerated the old Black Lion, one of the only coaching inns left. The initial work on the master plan we did include the improvements on the gateways and the bus station, and I'm sure they will continue. The work is carrying on, and I'm really pleased it will carry on with the other items that we started, and that will carry on the outstanding work of our officers. The regeneration of Northampton will continue and will stand as a lasting legacy of the Conservative administration. I might remind you, despite the TikTok videos giving the impression that progress is being delivered elsewhere, I would remind colleagues that it was the Conservative administration of the borough that secured the town's initial funding, and it was this Conservative administration that secured the investments and developments we see today. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I can't hear you again. Into the microphone. Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You may not want to.
Yeah, it's all right.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's plenty of accusations being sort of levelled in this chamber tonight that the Conservative agenda has been picked up by the new administration and there's no change. Well, is that the case now with this Northampton-centric approach that we always had with the previous administration? And the Labour support as well is from about 3 or 4 wards now within, not even across the whole of Northampton. But can I just remind all members, this is not the Greater Northampton Council, it is West Northampton Council, and you need to think about the places beyond the 30-mile-an-hour sign and stop treating it as the cash point in order to fund all the things you want to do within the borough. There's been plenty said about TikTok videos. Yeah, good God. Well, it's good to see that Councillor Petter can use a camera. I saw his use of the camera the other night at our Treasury Management training when he decided he was going to take a bath during the... and once seen, certain things cannot be unseen. Now, I don't have a TikTok account, and I haven't seen these videos, and maybe I should register. But from what I saw on Monday night, let me tell you, they all need to be marked as not suitable for work, and we shouldn't certainly be playing them on a council laptop.
I thank you, Councillor McCord. I said I would enjoy the entertainment, and entertainment it has been.
Well, I wasn't quite sure that everybody wanted to hear what I had to say.
We got it, nonetheless. To be serious, Councillor Hark, you have reserved the right to speak before Councillor Holland Delamere responds to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm very much conscious of time here. I think we're nearly reaching the guillotine, so I'm not going to take much of the time here. I just wanted to say that we need the people. I mean, we need the people's input, people's engagement. Although I welcome the regeneration of the town centre, we must not forget the gateway to town: Kettering Road, Wellingborough Road, Whedon Road, Hamaka Harbour Road, St Leonard's Road, Toaster Road, London Road, etc., etc. We have, in the past, we have seen botched up regeneration initiatives like of the bus station, which is not fit for purpose. So I want to welcome my colleague, Councillor Holland Delamere, for bringing up this motion. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Holland Delamere, to respond to the debate.
Thank you for all your comments, and I do recognise the fact that in order for all of West Northamptonshire to thrive, Northampton needs to provide some of the services that the rural areas can't provide. So it's one of these shotgun marriages which we've experienced for the last 4 years, but actually it's vital that for both Toaster, Brackley, Daventry and Northampton that we all thrive together, and that we bring that economy together as one West Northants. The fact that we've historically over centuries been separate has been to our detriment. Do accept the comments about the bus station. As a frequent user of the bus station, I think it's not as bad as people imagine. But one of the key things with the Greyfriars master plan is it's fixing the mistakes of the bus station and being very, very clear that actually for disabled drivers coming in from West Northants, where they've got reasonable parking for people coming from greater distances, they do need to have the right resources and public transport in place. So thank you for the debate. It's important that we have the transparency, and my comments about Northampton Forward are about transparency. And as my colleague, Councillor Keeble, said, transparency, it's doing things with the people in Northampton, in the wards that live there, and the people from outside visiting, that we do it together for the good of our area. Thank you.
I thank you. Right, we will proceed to the vote. For, against, abstentions. Okay. The vote. Okay. All right, the vote has carried. Motion 3, proposed by Councillor Kristen Ware, Director of Public Health, re-referenced. Councillor Christina Ware, please, I invite you to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Given the time of the evening, we withdraw this motion from tonight's business.
I thank you. We will now return to item 14. Just to inform you, we need to go into private. No, it's fine. We need to go into private session if we are going to debate the appendix. If not, then we will proceed and invite Councillor Hastie to introduce the report and move the proposal.
In essence, nobody can reference the
I'm going to leave the monitoring officer to cope with the dialogue.
No problem. Just to clarify, members, obviously we can discuss the report that is in the public domain, but the appendix, which is an exempt item, cannot be discussed as part of the open session. If members wish to discuss the content of the appendix, we will need to move into private session.
Can we put it to the vote? Can you indicate if there's anybody who wishes to debate the debate?
Probably haven't heard it yet.
Debate the appendix. All right, then carry on. I invite Councillor Hastie to introduce the report and move to the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move to propose the Harston Road Affordable Housing Scheme. I hope it's a little bit of good news in quite an eventful evening. Its purpose and overview. The purpose of this report is to seek approval to acquire the former petrol station on the Harston Road in Duston from Vistry Group Limited. The proposal includes entering into a development agreement with Vistry to deliver 82 affordable homes, which will be transferred into the Council's Housing Revenue Account HRA upon completion. This scheme aligns with WNC's Housing Strategy 2022-2025 and the Affordable Homes Delivery Plan launched in November 2024, supporting regeneration, housing need and community well-being. The details of the scheme, total homes, a total of 82, with affordable rent making up 31 of those, shared ownership being 26 and social rent being 25. On the timeline for this, and I thank you for motion 3 being moved back, because that hopefully meant this doesn't get slipped by a month, because obviously we know there's a lot of pressure on getting the housing rather than just talking about it. The land acquisition in autumn 2025, with a view to start on site early 2026 and practical completion summer 2027. The strategic importance of this obviously addresses the affordability challenges in West Northamptonshire, where the house price to income ratio is 8.4. Northampton's population grew by 13.5% from 2011 to 21, with further growth expected. This also transforms a brownfield site into a vibrant resident area, supporting local employment, we hope, and also economic development. And the financial and legal considerations, with no debate, funded through the HRA borrowing and supported by Homes England strategic partnership grant via Vistry. The financial appraisal, The financial appraisal confirms positive net present value over 40 years. The acquisition under Section 120 of the Local Government Act 1972. Risks and mitigations. Planning. Vistry are responsible for securing full planning approval. Construction. Vistry bears the risks related to site conditions and delivery, and the shared ownership sales, early marketing, show home planned, which will be developed. The management, WNC to manage communal parking, woodland area to be maintained by Duston Parish Council. Community and impact, improved housing, green spaces and social cohesion, use of modern methods of construction and low carbon materials, and the public engagement has shown very strong support for the scheme. So the recommendations to the Council is asked to approve the establishment of the capital budget as per the private Appendix A, and to note Cabinet's decision to authorise officers to conclude terms with Vistry and enter into the necessary agreements. And the obvious consequences, we would be losing another 82 affordable homes. The site would likely be developed for open market housing with minimal affordable provision, and the loss of potentially more Homes England grant funding. A relationship the whole of the council officers have been working extremely well to rebuild that vital link. And I just wanted to note, to say a heartfelt thanks to the Regeneration and Housing and Opportunities teams who, despite working with a new administration, a housing and communities cabinet member, are doing a absolutely stellar job, and I have to say they're awesome, and I commend this paper to the Council.
I thank you, Councillor Hastie. I move on to Councillor Last to second the proposal. Councillor Last.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to second the proposal and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, are there any members of our council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Ian McCord.
Yes? Sorry, I think I'm first in the queue with the...
I'm sorry. Councillor Clive, did you wish to add anything?
I do, yes. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me time to speak on an item which has an impact on my own ward. I follow the development of proposals for this site with great interest, and I'm keenly aware of some of the strength of feeling which has been expressed by some residents in Duston, not all positive. From the outset, it has been my view that I would be minded to support almost any positive development of this site. As it presently stands, much of the site is derelict and adds very limited value to the community. I also believe securing the whole of the site for use as affordable council-owned housing will help the council towards meeting some of the demand placed upon it for such housing. I've reviewed the plans and I believe the site will present residents with a good standard of living, and I'm pleased therefore to support this plan in spite of some of the misgivings in my community. I would just like to ask if there can be some capacity found within the budget to provide for some modest items of play equipment for children in the adjacent green space, which has already been mentioned. Because of the unique topography of the site, there are limited amenities for children in the immediate vicinity, access to those local amenities being solely via a busy main road, with the nearest local play area being a mile away. Duston is a lovely part of Northampton, but perhaps not so blessed as others in the town and county in its availability of and access to green and open spaces. This is why it is important to maximise those green spaces that we do have, such that they can provide the broadest range of benefits to as many people as possible within our community. If this is not now possible in this project, I would encourage there to be some greater consideration given on similar projects in the future towards the needs of young people, children especially, to safe access to amenities that include the facilitating of collective play, something which is vital to childhood development. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Clive. I apologise for cutting you off. I didn't realise I had done so. Now, therefore, we return to Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I just remind all members that in approving this, we are then approving the necessary borrowing that goes alongside it. So for those that seem to have a aversion to council borrowing and seem to always want to run it up as some sort of a bad thing, before you press yes, just remember exactly what you're doing. It's all in the pink appendix. I won't quote the numbers or anything. But by the time we leave tonight, if these all get agreed, we will have increased the council borrowing by quite a lot. And as long as members are aware of that, I'm happy to proceed. And can I also remind members, you cannot guillotine a motion which includes changing the budget.
Councillor McCord, I thank you for that advice. Well taken. Okay, I have nobody else who wishes to speak on this subject matter. Councillor Last, you didn't reserve the right to speak, so therefore I will take it back to Councillor Hastie for you to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Madam Chair, I did ask for the right to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to remind me. Therefore, I return to you to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak at such late time in the evening. Just want to reference Councillor McCord's comment about borrowing. Sometimes the council has to borrow to actually, it's borrow to save, and that's what we're doing here. We fully envisage that we're going to make more money out of this investment. So thank you very much.
I thank you, and therefore I now return to Councillor Hastie to debate on the proposal before we move on to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have nothing else to add to that except to say thank you for everyone for getting this through this evening. I would like to propose it to the Chamber.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We'll proceed to the vote. Right, the vote has carried. I now have to confer with the monitoring officer what we do because we are fast approaching the guillotine hour.
Right, so you've got two options at this point. We either move to the private session to try and get these items through. Because they are in the budgetary proposals, you are going to have a proposer and a seconder. So you can say...
We haven't got the time.
No, well, you can say, I want a proposer and a seconder. There'll be no debate on members in agreement with taking that course of action in order to get these matters through. You have to move to private session. Or you can... I can't guillotine these items, so you're going to have to... Members will have to propose...
Then you're going to say this, please.
I can clarify.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to items 15 and 16, but the monitoring officer needs to speak to us first.
Okay, so we are very close to the guillotine time for this meeting. These are two items that require in-year budgetary proposal, so therefore I cannot guillotine them. The Chair cannot guillotine them in the way that I had originally anticipated until we've just checked the Constitution. In light of that, the matters do need to be proposed and seconded. If members are in agreement, they can then proceed without debate straight to the vote. Alternatively, they would have to be deferred to be dealt with on another occasion. Or we go into private session to deal with them, but we do have obviously a very tight timescale to get these matters wrapped up.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. The whole point of having the provision in the Constitution was to prevent large amounts of money being nodded through at this late hour, which was why it was really stupid to actually rearrange the agenda in order to spray political graffiti rather than deal with serious matters. So I suggest we defer it.
Would you like me to come back on that? Yes.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
If I can respond to that first point of order before you raise the second, thank you. So just in relation to that, it is within the gift of the chairman to make the decision that is being proposed, and I have consulted with her before putting that to the members. Second point of order. If you don't vote them through,
I've got it. Go. It's been through Cabinet. Are you happy?
These items need to be debated this evening, and therefore we have to have proposers and seconders on item 15 and 16. We cannot debate. We do not have the time.
Point of order, Madam Chairman, if we
You
may.
have a point of order?
I do. Both, I think, members and leaders of the opposition will concur that there's a significant importance to item 15 on the agenda, which affects our Council's ability to enact a transaction. I take Councillor McCord's point that it was absent from Cabinet last week, where this received approval and scrutiny. I would put it to members that we hear this in full and go to a rapid vote on item number 16, which has also taken scrutiny at Cabinet, if possible, if members agree. Thank you.
And if you're happy to do that, then we need to just move into private session.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen, we move into private session. Can we please clear the people from the back and go to the courtroom the other side?
Madam Chairman, that needs a proposition.